All right, so I just had to click on go live. All right. Every morning when I start the stream, there's a little button at the top of the StreamYard streaming application. It says go live. You got to click on that. Click on the same button now. It says end broadcast. So mm, the okay. So Twitter is higher. Apparently, Musk is talking about taking it, taking it, um, taking it private. Is that right? I saw that on Bloomberg this morning. Let's see. Twitter shares were gaining more than 5% after Tesla chief executive officer Elon Musk made an unsolicited, non-binding proposal to acquire the microblogging company for 54.20. Oh, we're open now. Sorry, I had that on mute. All right, Twitter is following through now. Twitter. All right, nice pop there. Let's see what Apple is doing. Apple, we're looking for a follow through from yesterday's session. Apple is flat at the moment. Tesla's down 18. Elon's got a ridiculous amount of money. He could go private. That's pretty wise. That's a pretty wise move there. As far as other ways people have tried, like with Trump with his digital world acquisition. Okay, so we're looking good here so far. SPY rising. Got a buy signal at the open. I don't have any options currently on the indices. NVIDIA going. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA is going there. That looks good. Apple, looking for Apple to go. Watching Apple for the follow through. Apple. Twitter could see a nice rip on Twitter. Okay, Twitter. Let's see the 4-hour chart. Twitter. Okay, it looks pretty good on the 4-hour. Looks like Tesla could make a nice move today. VIX dropping off. All right, futures, nice little rip there. Bloomberg doing its best to try to scare everyone about retail sales, about inflation, about food costs, about Evans was on this morning. Uh, Everything's basically been figured in. So the markets, we got to watch price. We can have an opinion, but watch price. What's price doing right now? They're buying. Remember, this is monthly OPEX. We had a lot of puts monetizing over the last 2 days. The Vanna trade. Unfortunately, Spot Gamma Post was down this morning. Let me see if I can get in there. Oh, so long weekend. Looking forward to it. Not sure if my wife is going to come back this weekend or next. There goes IWM. IWM's on the move. Okay, spot gamma is up. All right, let me go ahead and look at that real quick. See what kind of updated information they have for us.
Managing Director Beaver says the pandemic puts development of cryptocurrencies and digital assets on steroids.
Okay, IWM is ripping here. IWM is ripping. Okay, IWM. Nice follow through here on the 4-hour. Futures, aggressive buyers. Deltas are positive again. All right, aggressive buyers. Deltas are at 13,500. That's in 5 minutes already half of what we saw yesterday. 26,000 deltas. We blasted right through yesterday's, through Wednesday's supply. All right, so that looks good. All right, everything's moving higher. Dollar Tree, Walmart, Costco.
For reserve currencies, the biggest change is evolution of digital currencies.
Target, Costco, Walmart. Jets higher, JETS, continuation, airlines, cruise lines. Okay, IWM looks good. Okay, let's take a look at JETS, Jets, following through. Jets following through, big move in Jets. Big move there. All right, that looks good. Jets. All right, I still am in the take profits mode. Still trying to reduce my risk. By the end of April, I hope to be close to 50% equities. Okay, Jets looks good. Jets. SPY at the highs. All of a sudden, a bunch of supply popped up at 44.54. ES supply. $44.50. 4 points. 4 handles. All right, 4 handles. We got support just underneath at 44.50. We come down, test it. Volume is picking up again. We got resistance overhead, 4 handles overhead at 44.54. All right, Jets looks like it wants to keep going. All right, Walmart with the follow through. Walmart. We're going to have Walmart with the follow through. Okay, Walmart. All right, TECK, Tech Resources. Is that what you're looking at? Tech Resources? All right, it's on a buy signal. Jets following through.
IMX Gorgiva says the diversification of food production is critical in shock-prone world to improve resilience.
All right, sectors. We have not as good as yesterday to start. Got about 70% of sectors green, 30% red. Green sectors led by transports, real estate, metals and mining, industrials, XRT retail, materials, healthcare. Okay, healthcare is something I was thinking about buying. Let me take a look at healthcare. XLV. I was looking for the bounce. All right, we got the bounce. I'm going to buy some healthcare. I'm just going to scale in. That way, if it does not follow through, I'm only losing a little bit. But we sold at the highs on Friday and had a nice dip. Where is my brokerage? There you are. Okay. All right, XLV healthcare. All right, that's moving higher. A little bit extended right now. XLV. All right, I'm going to scale in a little bit. I'll buy 50 shares for now. XLV. It's a little early. That's okay. Okay, I bought 50 shares of XLV. All right. Remember, we were up 5 points yesterday, 50 handles on the S&P. It's back to flat again, back to flat. All right, so they sold into strength right there. So we should see some volatility in the morning due to the exercising of options, taking those off. About 25% of S&P spiders, S&P big, and Qs rolling off today, gamma rolling off. 25% of all three ahead of a 3-day weekend. This is predominantly negative put gamma that is going away. In line with this, and as stated for the last few days, we thought that the put heavy expiration into a long weekend would provide fuel for a market lift. That said, we are currently flat. We had a little selling in the strength. The S&P 500 big contracts go first, and then at the end of the day, you got SPY, Q, IWM. With yesterday's 1% shift higher, we think that fuel is largely burned up and that a 44.50 pin makes sense. 44.50. Futures are trading 44.45-ish. All right. Ultimately, we're in no man's land at the current levels. I told you on Monday we'd probably look at for those puts as they move away. There won't be a whole significant amount of support. So again, I'm trying to reduce risk because there's a possibility we could also pull back. All right. So 50-50. Puts expiring today does open the market for lower lows should selling pick up next week. Many of the key strikes have been shifting lower, vol trigger, put wall, call wall, all of which suggest a systematic rolling down of options positions. So those expectations have shifted lower in the short term. Traders have been monetizing puts, but have yet to position into upside calls. So we need those calls that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks to start filtering in. S&P 500 is technically above the vol trigger, 44.35. All right. Ball trigger is 44.35 down here. So we're technically above that level. We're chopping around at the highs, so expect a doji at the moment. We were looking for a follow through that pushed us back above the 200 day. I'm going to switch screens here for a second. So you're going to go blank for 1 sec. Okay, S&P. All right, you can see that, you can hear the flow in the background. 8 of the last 12 trading sessions, we had selling into strength. Excuse me, 7 of the last 12 sessions have seen selling into strength. Yesterday, we were watching out for selling into strength. Right now, we're getting a little selling. I think it has most to do with expiration of the big contracts on the S&P right now. That said, you can see the price action here. So people will be looking at this candle thinking, oh boy, we just got rejected. We're probably going to test the lows. Let me sell now while I have a chance. So you're going to have some of that. Let's see if we catch them off sides and start to push it higher. All right, flow has been negative. All right, we had 15,000 in deltas. We're down to 11 right now. Looking for that to start to rise again. All right, so it looks like they've been taking profits off. S&P bigs go off in the morning at the open. So dealers are managing that change in risk as the S&P rolls off, and then SPY, Qs, IWM later. The bigs go off first, so dealers are repositioning right now. Let's see if this was just selling on their part to get the delta neutral and where the markets go from here. So first 15 minutes not doing much of anything except taking profits anyway. All right, so Tilray lower again, Tilray. BTU, that's bouncing around here. BTU, let me look at BTU. BTU, I took some shares yesterday. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take that off. All right, I'm up over $1 from yesterday. All right, so at BTU, I sold +1. Okay, BTU is sold. All right, +1. I bought 500 shares yesterday and was just looking for a follow through. I almost sold at the close yesterday, but the pop this morning, 31.50. It's we're $1 off the 90 cents off the high. So I could have got a better fill if I'd been paying attention. Cleveland Cliff moving higher. Cleveland Cliff looking to take some profits on Cleveland Cliff. The steel stocks, we're looking for the bounce. We got the bounce. U.S. Steel. I know Frank's in U.S. Steel. Steel Dynamics. I think Mikey is in Steel Dynamics. I'm in Cleveland Cliff. I have a little bit of Nucor. Nucor is following through. All right, all of those. We could see a lot more upside, but what I'm thinking about doing is reducing my risk. So I'm taking some things off. Okay, I'm going to reduce my risk on these. All right, we got more selling into strength. So I'm looking for some buyers. No buyers yet. Costco at the high of the day. Costco, COST, Costco. Nice little bounce. Might take Costco off too. Just want to reduce my risk. Want to get it down to 50% by the end of April. proving more difficult than anticipated. All right, Walmart, that looks good. Walmart. Let's see, Costco, Target. Okay, so initially, first thing this morning, it looks like selling into strength. So S&P 500, of course, is fading. We're currently off a buck. That's the worst level this morning. We're coming right down to the pre-market low. Okay, so we're inside of this candle from yesterday. Stochastics is in a good location. All right, so whenever you get stochastics down here below 20 and it turns up, that tends to be a good signal. If it wasn't for the long weekend and where price is currently, knowing what people will do when they see this kind of rejection, more people will say, oh, we got rejected, so let me go ahead and sell. And usually in the morning session, obviously, you get a little bit more amateurish trading. Right now, the S&P Bigs rolling off at the open, so dealers most likely are the ones selling right now to get the delta neutral. We're above the vol trigger. Vol trigger is 44.35. Currently 44.36.99. So 44.37. We need to stay above this. We need to bounce. If we start to drop below the vol trigger, I'd get a little bit more bearish.
Top of the hour, you get the University of Michigan data as well as US business inventories. So University of Michigan
Lulu
prelim forecast of 59 on the prior 59.4 with a range of 65 to 57. US business inventories.
Okay, I'm looking for Lulu to follow through. No follow through yet. Could consolidate here for a while. I could take Lulu off, but it looks like it's going to continue. Look at the 9, 21, 50 day all turned up. RSI's at the highs. Stochastics pointing up. Yesterday and the day before we had above average volume. MACD's above its signal line. So everything says stick with this one until it does something stupid. Hopefully we can get a few more points out of this. We got about 100 back to the 52-week highs. Twitter's starting to turn. Watch Twitter. Okay, I'm going to shift charts here. Okay. So S&P inside of yesterday's price action, we were up $5 on the SPY. We're down 1. So we're giving back 20% of yesterday's gains. All right, so 0.2% of yesterday's gains at present. We can handle that. I've got a feeling this is, unless this starts selling through the rest of the day, I think this is dealers getting to delta neutral at this point. Unless we start dropping precipitously here. Supply. We have a level of demand or support at 44.26 on futures. Watching Bookmap. All of the supply overhead evaporated, so it looks like they traded out everything overhead right now. Might be looking for, see if there's support. All right, so we're shifting a little bit lower. Deltas continue to drop a bit more. They're up 10,000, but we're off the best levels of the morning session. Right now, most stocks are down and to the right. Costco's trying to bounce here, so is Target. Watch Walmart, Dollar Tree looking for the bounce. I have nothing in Dollar Tree anymore. I took that trade off. We managed to get up to what, 173 or so. Dollar Tree was an entry around 157.50. Dollar Tree. I'm sorry, that was Walmart. No, that was Dollar Tree, right? Dollar Tree. DLT. Yeah, it was 157.50. Yeah. So this is a 5-day move on Dollar Tree. That was a nice move on Dollar Tree. Okay, so if you're still in it, I'm out. I'm out. Looking for a dip. Looking for a dip to buy. Dollar Tree. 5 minutes. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. Dollar Tree still looks pretty good though, right? Still doing well. So any dip I'm looking to buy. All right, so we're just below the vol trigger right here. Just below the vol trigger. 44.35. So we need to close above the vol trigger. Okay, looking for this to turn into a buy signal. Let's see what the hourly looks like. All right, so we're on a buy signal right now on the hourly. Let's see if we can bounce here. You can see the indicator in the lower panels on a buy signal as well. Okay, we're at the pivot right now, 441.75 on the SPY. Looking like we might turn. All right, we got some buyers there at 44.25. We're pushing higher now. Deltas are starting to turn up. There's no hurry. It's a Thursday, so treat this like a Friday. Most people, there goes Target. Target's starting to move here. Target, watch Target. Target's on a buy signal. Looking for the breakout. Target, TGT, Target. Looking for a breakout. All right, we got buyers coming in. Buyers coming in. Okay, this could be for next week. I wouldn't want to buy options and hold them over the weekend. Wait for the buyers to step up and we get a nice little reversal first. Is generally what I would do. It's no hurry. It's Thursday. Last thing you want to do is enter a bunch of positions that you have to hold on to or stress about over this long weekend. Target looking pretty good. Target looking good. I'm looking for a follow through. Looking for a reason to add to Target. University of Michigan numbers coming out. All right, so the University of Michigan data came out, and the markets are bouncing. SPY. Okay, yesterday, all my dreams have been so far away. Yesterday, suddenly the markets bounced and set me free. Okay, watching for, this was yesterday's action here. You can see that from yesterday, we rallied. We started the day and rallied, higher highs, higher lows. Today, we're starting the day with a little bit of selling. I'm looking at that as just being dealers getting to market neutral because the S&P bigs go off in the morning. SPY, Qs, IWM at the close. So if we do get a bounce here, we got to see more follow through. Right now, this just looks like we need VIX to roll over and drop. Too early to tell right now, and that's why I like to wait until about 10 o'clock to get a true sense of what they're going to do. Will they buy a bunch of stuff? Tick cumulative is still green. We're 1 to 1, 1.6 to 1 down volume. Yesterday was 5 to 1 up volume. NASDAQ. Six to 1 up volume yesterday versus 1.6 to 1 down volume today. Caution. Okay, looks like all right, dealers getting to All right, that's the selling for now. All right, S&B, big contracts expiring. Delta neutral. Can we get fall trigger?
1 minute to go now. I'll be reading the University of Michigan sentiment prelim first.
All right, University of Michigan numbers in 45 seconds. Let's look for a follow through, a little bounce here. So far, we're on a sell signal. Okay, you can see the sell signal here and confirmed on the bottom panel. All right, we need those two to pop up. Jets is moving. Jets. High of the day. Jets, Jets, Jets.
10 seconds.
University of Michigan.
65.7
Higher than forecast.
University of Michigan current conditions 68.1, 68.1 higher than forecast for 67.0.
All right, so I'm going to buy some SPY calls for a scalp here. Once I see this turn, it hasn't turned yet.
University of Michigan 1-year inflation final 5.4%, 5.4% lower.
All right, we got on the 1 minute, we've got a buy signal almost.
5-year inflation 3.0%.
All right, we got a buy signal trying to fix. You can see this buy signal is about to trigger here. All right, buy some SPY calls and scalp in the money. All right, I'm going to buy some Mondays. I don't plan on holding them.
And the US business inventories February 2022 full report is now available on the Financial News feed if you want to have a read.
All right, let's see. Buy signal. Yep, we're confirming with the crossover. It's a 1 minute chart. Still feels a little bearish. Watch for a bear flag here. Need to see futures, need to see book map. All right, we got just overhead, 2-3 handles overhead. We got supply, not a lot of contracts, not a lot there.
The University of Michigan full report is now available on the top of the Financial News feed if you want to have a read.
All right, watching for a follow through here. SPY, we've got a nice buy signal so far. By the way, I have to take an early lunch today. I got to go pick up my daughter. She gets out of school at 12. So I'll be back here probably by 12:30, lunchtime. No, Ali, I plan on using both. This is just an additional. Uh-oh, what happened there? Just additional info. Okay, we're still on a buy signal here. The buy signals are a little bit better on TradingView. All right, VIX rolling over. VIX rolling over. Also bought some of those calls. I bought some 4-4-2s calls Monday. I don't plan to swing. All right, I bought some of those 4-4-2s that Frank is talking about. Cat. Okay, Caterpillar. Caterpillar is something we've been watching for. Caterpillar. Caterpillar. All right, that's going. Let's look at the daily chart. All right, the daily Caterpillar. That's on a buy signal. And you're confirming right here, you're getting a crossover. Caterpillar should break out. You're right at supply. That's the only problem. Right at supply. So I would probably just buy shares. Caterpillar. All right, looking for a follow through. Caterpillar has 24,000. Caterpillar has 24,000 in deltas. Caterpillar's in play. All right, the only thing I wouldn't do is chase it. So I like it on the daily, like it on the hourly, but it's a little extended. So just keep that in mind. So if you're buying options, you want to wait for dips. This does look good though. Caterpillar does look good. It's 5-minute chart. So any kind of dip would probably be a good, see how it's starting to turn over? All right, so we're starting to follow through. Caterpillar, watching SPY. All right, steel stocks in play. Caterpillar following through. Cat. All right, a little bit of selling here. A little bit of selling. All right, so we're taking out the low here. SPY. That was a quick reversal. All right, looks like they're selling a little bit more into strength. There's a major bit of demand down below.
Low ticker -800.
All right, now aggressive buyers coming in now, and then sellers just sold into that, selling off here. All right, I'll get stopped out of these calls pretty quick if this keeps going. All right, VIX, big spike on VIX. Twitter still trying to follow through. Caterpillar looking good. All right, Caterpillar looks good. Twitter looks good. Probably keeps going. Look for Twitter to continue. Microsoft, big dip on Microsoft. Started to bounce and they sold into that. Caterpillar. We'll go on Caterpillar. Still selling. All right, I just got stopped out of those calls. Just got stopped out of the calls.
Low ticker minus 800.
All right, I got stopped out of those calls. If it does bounce and we start to move higher, still think we could muster some strength. But or the weight of the evidence right now suggests that we could see weakness into next week. S&P is still moving lower. Still on a sell signal. Let's look at the daily. Daily had a nice bounce. Still need to get out of this pattern, this descending channel. We're looking at the 60-minute yesterday. We're trying to break above this trend line. This channel down. Still possible. VIX, a little spike there on VIX. Looking for that to roll over maybe. It's sunny here too. All right, Twitter, no follow through yet. Twitter, Caterpillar, looking for the follow through on Caterpillar. All right, so Caterpillar, if you look at the deltas on Caterpillar compared to SPY, you can see where the action is right now. We got 29,000 in deltas already traded and bullish on Caterpillar. So we're looking for the follow through. Caterpillar. Cat, a little off the highs of the day. Caterpillar. Wait for the little dip here if you're thinking about Caterpillar. A little choppy this morning for a Thursday. Pretty choppy. Just think of it like a Friday. We don't have trading tomorrow. We're off. All right, I'm going to shift screens. High yesterday. Thank you. Thanks. Highs yesterday, S&P futures was 26,000 deltas. And today we got 50,000 on Caterpillar as we start to consolidate at the highs. 50,000. We just went above 50,000. All right, so that's good. What's today? Today, the World Economic Forum. Is that where Tom Keene from the host that's the voice on Bloomberg for the last, 50 years? Tom Keene, he's talking to European directors, IMF managing directors. So a lot of the information that comes out in the World Economic Forum or whatever this is today could have an impact, positive and negative, on the markets as algos trade what's being said over there. I believe it's in Europe, right? All right, so Caterpillar is looking really, really nice. Caterpillar. Beautiful day on Caterpillar.
Taking a look at the fear and greed index now is 47 out of 100, indicating neutral.
All right, Caterpillar. I'm going to post something on StockTwits on Caterpillar, okay? Noting the deltas on Cat. Caterpillar, going to be a big day on Caterpillar is my guess. John Deere also looked good. John Deere following through too.
Just a reminder for you, in 5 minutes' time at 10:30 AM Eastern Time, we do have the US EIA natural gas change BCF. Forecast 16 billion, previous minus 33 billion.
All right, SPY, no follow through yet. Caterpillar at the high of the day. Microsoft at the low of the day. Microsoft, thank you for nothing, Microsoft. Thanks for nothing. No follow through on Microsoft. Caterpillar, looking good. The FANG stocks drifting a little bit, some selling. Friday options expiration. Thursday options expiration. We're off tomorrow. Caterpillar deltas continue to climb. Caterpillar deltas are at 71,000 now. $72,300. Costco was up. It's now flat on the day. What's Walmart, Target? What are they doing? Target's at the high of the day. Watch Target. Target looks good. I'm looking for Target to push away from the 200-day. Target about to go. Thanks, Winter Bananas. Yeah. Yep. um, when it gets really bad, that's when you want to start thinking about maybe a position setting up. The Mike Sicardi talking about bull bear sentiment. All right, SPY starting to turn a little bit more. SPY, looking at the 1 minute chart.
IMF chief calls on the G7 to help the IMF deploy all its tools quickly.
Has been on a buy signal for about 10 minutes now. But it looks like a bear flag too. So 1 minute is too much noise. 5 minute maybe is still not giving you a buy signal. Twitter is still fading from that news to go private. Target's at the high of the day. Target, looking for Target to follow through. Target.
Ten seconds.
My E key is malfunctioning on my MacBook. I sprayed it.
15 billion. That's a draw in the forecast of 16 billion.
Caterpillar off a little bit from the high. Looks like they took a little profits there. Caterpillar. Okay. Watching SPY. on the 5-minute for a buy signal. So far, it looks like a bear flag. Looks like a bear flag for now. No signal down here below either.
US EIA weekly natural gas storage full report is now available on the top of the financial feed if you do want to have a read.
Okay, so far everything is down and to the right, so that's telling you to be cautious. Target's at the highs, target TGT, target continues to thrust higher. Target, I'm planning on adding to it. Target's breaking out now, target breaking out, target's breaking out. Tickets are still available for the ride back to 52-week highs. Target. Okay, target could see 266. That's about 30 points, plus 30. All right, we're about to clear the 200-day. Expansion day looks like an expansion day. Thank you. Thank you for the natural gas numbers. All right, so we got a nice follow through here. Watching Target, watching Caterpillar. Caterpillar still going. Walmart looking for the bounce. Target is gone. SPY is turning. SPY is turning. Still don't have a buy signal. Starting to show a potential buy signal on a 5-minute. 1 minute is already on a buy signal. A little bit more noisy. If you're scalping, this is pushing higher. Let's look at in between 3 minutes. All right, that's on a buy signal. Just triggered a buy signal on the 3-minute. So 5-minute would be next. You can see the signal down here is confirming right there. Looking for that to thrust higher substantially. Jets is starting to bounce. All right, stocks are starting to see shorts cover. More importantly, what are the FANG stocks doing? All right, they're starting to see some shorts covering. Could be just a short duration buy program to cover. Apple is off $1.83, $1.84. Caterpillar at the high of the day. Caterpillar still going. Caterpillar's got 76,000 deltas. Deltas are bullish on Caterpillar. Nary a sell on this so far. Nary a sell. Just that little bit of profit taken right there. If you took options on these dips, great. Target looking really, really nice. Yeah, this is looking really good. Target's up 1%. It's got an ATR of 650. It's up 250. All right, I have to leave here at 11:20 early lunch. I have to take an early lunch to go pick up my daughter. They get out of school at noon. I'll be back here at 12:30. That's the time of day. Don't really see a lot of action anyway. If anything, we see A pivots and start to pull back. It's like a Friday, Thursday before Good Friday. Tends to be a fairly slow day. People are already taking vacation. Target's blasting higher here. Target is going, folks. Target's going. Target's ripping here. Target is ripping. Yeah, natural gas. A lot of people are talking about nat gas maximum 7, but it's at 7 right now. Okay, so that's like a 50% move from the lows. Wow, that's pretty amazing. Dollar Tree starting to go. Dollar Tree. Watch Walmart. Costco. Target at the high of the day. All right, Caterpillar. Nice on Caterpillar. Let's see what the 60-minute looks like. 60-minute. Well, 60-minute kind of looks like a buy. Yesterday, we loved it yesterday. All right, I'm going to shift back to stock charts. One sec. Yeah, there's nat gas from the lows back up to highs, 50%, 100%. Nice 100% gain on nat gas. Dollar Tree starting to run. Dollar Tree starting to run. All right, SPY looks like a little bear flag, perhaps. Caterpillar still moving higher. It's run into some supply up here at 224.90. Caterpillar 224.90. All right, SPY looks like a bear flag. QG. What is QG? QG. I don't know what you're looking at there. All right, SPY. All right, looks like a bear flag on SPY. Got rejected at that upper trend line. SPY got rejected at the 60-minute trend line. Okay, VIX is popping back up. Very volatile session so far. We're now off 0.5%. Yesterday, we were up 5 points. Right now, we're giving back 2 of that 5 points that we gained yesterday. Veru, what are you doing there? Veru. Tilray at the low. Tilray lows. Yeah, I've met quite a few members. Most of them are similar mindsets, fun to be around, and humble. So I would agree with you there. I agree with you, Susie. My E key is not working. I guess I have to pop the key off and clean underneath there or something. Something got in there. All right, Tilray's still moving lower. Tilray's still moving lower. Twitter trying to bounce again, a higher low, back to VWAP. Twitter, Jets looking for some sort of action in the airlines. Delta Airlines follow through. Delta following through. Bigly, Delta, DAL. Nice follow through on Delta. Big gap up. ALK. That's the only one that Anton likes. I like American. I don't like any airlines, basically. As far as trading, they're very difficult to trade, in my opinion. Cruise lines, CCL, that gapped up. Royal Caribbean, my favorite cruise line. Royal Caribbean and NCLH, Norwegian. All right, the cruise lines look good. Sounds good. All right, looking for a follow through. Wells Fargo CFO saying deposit rates will not move much with the first 100 basis point hike. Skim. Okay. Jets starting to bounce. All right, you got Nike on the move. All right, let's go take a look at Nike. Nike for you traders looking at Lulu and Nike. Lulu follow through. And what does Under Armour look like? Under Armour, UAA. Let's see what that looks like on the daily. Under Armour starting to bounce. Like Walmart, I'm looking for all of those to follow through. Yeah, Walmart, Target, Dollar Tree, and Costco. All right. Alibaba continues to push lower. Alibaba, Target at the high of the day. Target looking really good. Target, Lulu breaking out. LU, Lulu, looking for a push higher.
UK says it
Walmart,
has sanctions listings on Russia.
Target breaking higher. Costco. All right, more bullish activity here. Costco looks really good. Day 2, a 9 EMA. I'm thinking I could just pop this key off my keyboard right by wedging it from the side. My E key keeps getting stuck. Pick up your laptop, turn it upside down. Note the position of the stuck key. Using 2 fingers, simply give the bottom of the laptop a bunch of firm taps in the area of the problematic key. Huh? What? It's not stuck. It's just got something underneath it, I think. All right, Costco watching. Walmart's starting to go here. Walmart's gearing up. Here goes Walmart. Walmart's starting to move. Walmart's going. Here goes Walmart. All right, UU. All right, I still have that one. That's off a little bit today. Jeff, that's off a little bit today. Let me see. Do I want to sell? I think I sold some yesterday. Actually, let me see. Wells Fargo. Let me sign on here. I think I sold some UU at the highs yesterday. Pretty sure I did. Let's see. Orders. Excuse me. Keep coughing in your ear. UU. Yeah, I sold it yesterday. All right, so UU, I sold yesterday. All right, SPY coming back in a little bit. IWM's at the lows. All right, so no follow through yet in the indices. SPY still looks a little ragged here, a little ragged. Spinning top, large spinning top. large spinning top on a SPY for now. This is not the worst situation. It's not the best, but it's not the worst. The worst would be a takeout of Tuesday's low. Right now we're sitting on top of the 50-day, consolidating like we did last week. We consolidated for 3 days and then jumped a little bit lower. I'm still looking for that C pivot. Here's A down here, March 14th, low. B is at 462 at the end of March, 462. And then the dip, that's C. So this is BC, leg looking for CD. Unless it doesn't happen, in which case this lower high could lead to a channel down. Okay, so if you look at the weekly time frame, not the best situation, but some people are already planning on this. This could turn out to be a descending channel, okay? Which means we could come down here to 410 or so. That would be like a 618 or beyond a 618. That would be an extension to the downside, Fibonacci. Weekly. All right, so while this is okay, we had 2 weeks up. 5 weeks ago, we had 2 massive weeks up. We consolidated 3 weeks ago and then started pulling back. So at the present time, we need to hold the 50-day. That is a must. If we start to lose the 50-day, I'll crank up my QID. I have some QID as a hedge, QID. All right, so QID just sitting here. Okay, I'm flat, basically up about 25 cents. If this starts to show signs of weakness next week, after all these puts expire for OPEX, 30% of the S&P 500, 30% of the SPY, 30% of the Qs expire today. S&P bigs expired at the open, so at first it looked like dealers were just selling to get the delta neutral. Then we had a little bit of a rally, but no follow through with this. So it does feel like at this point that no one's really that interested in buying. So, you know, I'll hold on to my QID puts. I mean, my QID hedge. All right, let's take a look at the Qs. Qs looking worse for wear. Okay, so this is not the best look to be below the 50-day, and those 3, 9, 21, 50-day turning down. Like over here, when you had a markdown, this could be more markdown. I'm hoping that this is going to be a higher low. But for now, it's more neutral to bearish. So you should be prepared for some downside if we start to sell off. Have a plan in place. My plan is to buy more QID and maybe some Q puts if we start to show weakness. My plan currently has been to reduce my exposure to equities going into the end of April, one of the seasonally strongest months of the year. So I'm still giving the benefit of the doubt to the bulls, but bears putting up a pretty good show. We've got a lot of different numbers and data out there that people are talking about. That's lots of opinions out there, but I'm just watching price action. So if we continue to see some strength in the cyclicals, then I'm thinking, okay, maybe rotation into cyclicals, taking more of a firm hold. Yesterday we had growth stocks bounce. So we had a nice rally in Apple. We had a nice rally in several tech stocks. Let's go look at rotation here, RRG. And let's look at the S&P. And we'll go to one daily. Go to the daily. Okay, so you can see what has rotated into favor. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? XLP is leading, so is XLU. Real estate, that's interest sensitive. XLV, healthcare, I bought some XLV this morning. XLE, XLB. And what's not leading is consumer discretionary. That's what you would buy when you think the markets are unfazed and starting to rally. You'd be buying XLY and XRT. All right, so you got weakness in XLF, XLI, XLK. So rotation appears to be holding up with 8 sectors higher and leading. So for now, it just looks like rotation to me. It doesn't matter opinion. To me, it looks like that's what the case is. 7 sectors. Okay. And 1 is neutral. All right, let's look at XLY. XLY, that said, XLY is making a higher low. So like everything else, this needs to get back above these pivots right here. So above 182, XLY will look good. I added to XLV this morning. It bounced. All right, so I'm looking for the follow through. After this pullback, we sold up here on Friday last week. We're looking for the pullback to get back in. Second day. Walmart looks like it wants to go. Walmart looks like it wants to go. 170 is my first target on Walmart. You know why? The measured move is 20 points on Walmart. And if you use IBD's methodology, then you add 20% to this level. So 150, 20% would give you 30. That's 180 is the upper targets where people start to take profits. Okay, on the breakout, the methodology is buy the breakouts after a big consolidation. That's IBD strategy. It happens and it works pretty well. Okay. All right, SPY's still starting to rally here. Lulu looks like it wants to keep going. A little selling at the high. Lulu. A little selling at the high. What's Walmart doing? Walmart looks really good. All right, Walmart. I like Walmart. I like Costco. I like Target. All right, Walmart's about to break out again. The only reason why it'll keep doing this is because institutions are filling positions. It takes them days and weeks to fill their positions. They see this big weekly breakout, this consolidation. They see that. You should be seeing it too and following their lead. Their lead is bullish at the present time. Walmart is, look at the way these things bounces. It pulled back and their appetite was pretty obvious. Above average volume. That volume bar takes out all of these volume bars until this one here, the 3rd week of March, was higher. So for the last 3 weeks, it looks like they've been buying Walmart. Look at the price action. I also like Target. Target, you know, if this stays above the 200-day and starts following through, this will be a good trade. Okay, so it's showing strength. A push above 236 would get you the next pivot 247. So $10, and then ultimately $30 back to 266. Okay, so this is showing strength. Look at the volume. That's institutions. It's pretty obvious. They traded about 25 million shares here in the last 2 weeks. Target's going to go. Target's got good numbers. Anybody catch Target's earnings last time around? Caterpillar pulling back a little bit from the high. So a little bit of profit taking on Caterpillar. Target, let's see what their numbers were. Target, they were estimated to make 285. They made $3.19. So they a big beat on Target. So you're looking at Prism. You're looking at a Head and Shoulders top on Coin Riot Mara. That means that Bitcoin would be a Head and Shoulders top too, right? All right, starting to ease out of this range. Still in the middle of this range. Oh shoot! Did they pick up trash today?
So the US sell $57 billion in three-month deals on April 18th, just less on April 21st. The US
I don't see anybody with the trash cans out. All right, so if you're looking at Prism, if you're looking at a Head and Shoulders top, then that means Bitcoin should be a Head and Shoulders top, right? So you're looking at this as a Head and Shoulders? Looks like a channel. You know, so watching.
So the US is to sell $34 billion.
Base down here.
To settle on April 21st.
Looks like a pretty big base on Bitcoin. Still accumulation in this area. These volume by price bands. I'll take these and push these up here. That's top of the range. Top of the range. And these.
So the US is to sell $16 billion of 20-year bonds on April 20th to settle on May the 2nd.
All right, so RSI definitely has hands off for now with Bitcoin stocks. I've been selling premium, so that gives me about $6 downside on Riot. All right, we're starting to push higher here now. All right, so looks like dealers are done with what they needed to do so far. If we can manage a breakout here on the spiders and the Qs, we absolutely need to see a move above the Tuesday high. Preferably, we close above 446, 447. All right, so that's a lot of work to do. Right now, the evidence is that no one's winning. It's 1-to-1 up-down volume. Tick cumulative is trying to stay green. It's a Thursday, so I'm not putting a lot of weight on or spending a lot of mental energy trying to figure out what the market's going to do. I'm just going to watch price action. Right now, Target, Costco, Dollar Tree, Walmart all seem to be playing fair. Steel stocks seem to be playing. U.S. Steel is higher. Cleveland Cliff, OG, Steel Dynamics. These seem to be in play. All right, Nucor. So steel seems to be in play. Healthcare, stocks bouncing. Does that mean that Merck bounced? Let's see, Merck. Yeah, so it's holding. Bristol Myers, that was performing very well. Bristol Myers still going. Bristol Myers, nice follow through. This has been trending since this 60 level breakout. Okay, so you're up 18 points. Target's about to break out. Target. Okay, Costco, Walmart. Okay, Dollar Tree. Those are working. XLP, let's see what XLP looks like. XLP, Consumer Staples, XLP. XLP means, let's take a look at Clorox, Colgate Palmolive, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola. Ooh, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, nice follow through on Coca-Cola. PepsiCo. Now, Coca-Cola, all of these stocks that I've just been showing you here are in SPHD. SPHD, the markets are lower. SPHD. SPHD is a dividend ETF. When the markets were down 15%, at the worst case, this was down 7% on this hammer. By the close, it was only down 6% from 52-week highs at that point. That gave us a message to look for a bounce as a lot of these defensive names, XLP names, were still rising. We were looking for price to get above these volume by price bands. It did, and look how it accelerated to the upside. Fewer people to sell to you up there at 52-week highs. That's the concept behind 52-week highs. If you get to 52-week highs and it's never, or all-time highs, there's nobody up there to sell against it. If you're within, like, say, 6% of all-time highs, a lot of people use 6 to 10%, and the markets start to lift, look for that breakout, buy high, sell higher, like Walmart. Walmart's a good example. 20% gets you 180 on Walmart from this level. All right, so we get a lot of buying coming in here. All right, SPY. All right, so the 5-minute on SPY just gave us a buy signal. Noise. A lot of noise in the markets this morning. Signals, especially short term. Yeah, 442. Yeah, I see it too. Let's look at futures. Let's take a look at Bookmap. There's a lot of supply above 44.28. ES. All right, so this is still triggering here. I'm watching this 5 minutes, still giving a signal. Peloton. You're looking at Peloton? Okay, cool. LEXX. LEXX. Bioscience. Lex Bioscience. All right, that one's starting to go right.
ECB policymakers see July hike as still possible after Thursday's meeting, according to sources. They also backed Thursday's decision unanimously and differed on risks.
All right, LEXX, LEXX. I see you looking at there, Mondo. All right, that looks pretty good. Nice signals, keeps pushing higher. Let's look at the 60-minute. Some follow through. What's the daily look like? Daily. All right, so a big buy signal on the daily as well. As long as you didn't buy the high. Looks like a change in trend. Luxaria Biosciences. Let's see. Luxaria has been halted a couple of times today, it looks like, huh? Luxaria has been halted 945. Okay, so Luxaria, from a human study together with findings from Luxaria's other previously announced successful studies intended to support the company's plans to seek approvals by the U.S. FDA, Global Innovator in Drug Delivery Platforms, announces that all data analysis from its simulated pulmonary hypertension clinical study have been successfully completed with positive safety and efficacy findings. That's N-E-L-E-X-X, L-E-X-X, Lex with a double X, Lex. All right, there's a CBD treatment. All right, so no follow through on SPY yet. LEXX, LEX. Let me see what you're looking at here, Mondo. A big move on LEXX. 30 million shares traded hands. Wow. LEXX. Okay, so let's take a look at a couple of things here. Let's look at AAII bull bear. Okay, bull bear accelerating to the downside. Once we see a reversal here, that's going to be a pretty good catalyst for a bullish leg higher. I'm still looking for that CD leg higher in the S&P. Okay, so this right here, in addition to what John posted this morning, I'm looking for the pivot. Okay, I see that it's moving lower. I don't care about that. What I care about is when this starts to inflect and turn in the opposite direction. You can see previous inflections like this one back in 2016 led to a 34% gain in the markets. Last year, we gained 28%, 28.7%. When we got down here in 2020, you remember that reversal in November of 2020, we shot higher for like 16 weeks and the markets gained 84%. So it's this reversal I'm watching for in this data point, AAII bull bear. I don't care about opinions. I'm just watching this, the multitude of participants start to get more bullish. This will reverse. And we would have a nice catalyst. Now, that's not the only catalyst. The Fed's raising rates, told it yesterday. They confirmed a 0.5 point. Markets took it in stride and moved higher. We gained 5 points yesterday on the spiders and 50 points on the S&P futures and S&P. 50 points. So we're giving back 1.5 points at this point. All right. All right, the FANG stocks are starting to see some shorts covering. Target, high of the day. Dollar Tree, high of the day. Costco, high of the day. See a pattern? Walmart, high of the day. Close to the high of the day. Steel stocks, watching those. Twitter fading from the high. Tesla, higher lows, Tesla. All right, it's a very sluggish day so far. It's 11:15. Ooh, I got to leave here. I got to leave here in 5 minutes, folks. All right, folks, I'm going to go pick up my daughter. I shall return. I'm going to leave the stream obviously running here. I just won't be at in the office for about 50 minutes. I should be back here maybe closer to 12:30. Okay, I got to take an early lunch. I'll be back. Okay, I'm about to leave here in about a minute. Just want to make sure everything is running properly. So if we start to move a little bit lower, my position is continue to reduce my risk to equities. I'm currently at about 64% equities. I was at 79% 3 weeks ago at the pivot high. I plan on still reducing my exposure in my retirement account. I have hedges on with QID. I plan to add to that if we look really weak in the evening session today. I'll be back, hopefully be back somewhere near 12:30, okay, or earlier. I trust you'll be okay. A lot of good traders in the trading room.
Defense officials says less than half a dozen Russian warships in the northern Black Sea have moved further away from the coast. Also, just a heads up for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting the US 4-week bill auction. Previous bid to cover ratio at 3 to 38. Previous high yield 0.205%. US listed shares of some Chinese stocks are down after a report says China watchdog involved in anti-group probe. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US is to sell $35 billion worth of 4-week bills. Previous bid to cover ratio 3 to 38. Previous high yield 0.205%. US defense official says fire on Russian warship appears to be extensive. ECB said to see growing consensus for 25 basis point rate increase in the third quarter. We should shortly be receiving the US 4-week bill auction. US 4-week bill bid to cover ratio out at 2 to 84, 2 to 84 compared to the previous of 3 to 38. US 4-week bill high yield at 0.370%, 0.370% compared to the previous of 0.205%. So just recapping, the US sells $39 billion worth of 4-week bills at the high rate of 0.370% and holds 81.75% bids at high. US 4-week bill bid to cover ratio out at 2 to 84 compared to the previous of 3 to 38.
Low tick alert minus 800. Low tick alert minus 800.
EU is moving towards adopting a phased-in ban on Russian oil, according to the New York Times. And for those who would like to read the New York Times article about Europe starting a draft on the ban on Russian oil imports, that is available on the feed. Seeing from CIA's Burns saying the US is deeply concerned about avoiding a third world war and avoiding a threshold in which nuclear conflict becomes possible. He says that he has not seen any practical evidence that Russia has moved its nuclear forces to a higher alert level. Biden on whether they're going to be sending officials to Ukraine says we are making that decision now.
Okay, I'm back. All right, so a little bit of selling. We're off 3 points. We gained 5 yesterday. We're back 3. Twitter bouncing with a buy signal on a 3-minute chart, 5-minute chart. Twitter's on a buy signal.
All right, so back from North Myrtle Beach, starting to see a lot of stocks turning here. All the FANG stocks starting to see some buying at the lows, or shorts covering anyway, shorts covering. Still have negative deltas on, bearish deltas on ES. Caterpillar was nice this morning. Continues to ramp higher. Caterpillar, trade of the day. Cat with a trade of the day. Looking pretty good today. Looking good. Caterpillar. Wow, look at the candle on the daily. Caterpillar. What's Lulu doing? Lulu. All right, more selling on the indices. Lulu, no follow through. Target, looking for it to close above 200 day and follow through next week. Target looks good. Walmart looks good. Nike mentioned earlier in the trading room. Nike, nice follow through. All right, so if it closes above the 50 day, then 140 would be the next level to take out, and then 146. So Nike looks pretty good. Let's look at Under Armour. Under Armour, not as good looking. Let's look at Gap stores. Gap. Okay. The retail stores, TJ Maxx, retail. All right, that gets rejected. SPY still dropping off here. SPY still dropping. SPY still backing off pretty bad.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, we got supply, or we got demand down here at these levels. We're below the vol trigger. All right, this looks pretty ugly for next week. So if you got insurance, that makes sense to me to have insurance. Some of you taking puts off already. Tilray. Looking for Tilray to take out 6 and move a bit lower. Tilray loses the 50. All this week's trying to defend it. Looks like it's going to take out this 6 level. If it takes out 6, look for a test of this zone down here, anywhere from 575 down to 475. All right, VIX at the highs. VIX high of the day, still below all the moving averages except the 200-day. We could go either direction next week. VIX at trying for 22 here. VIX trying for 22. Cat, having a nice day.
US's Blinken spoke with Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba.
All right, VIX set the highs. VIX continues to push higher. All right, VIX. All right, more selling. We're at S1. We're right at S1 right now. Twitter continues to rise. Twitter. CCJ. Under the UUUU continues to push higher too. Off the bounce. Sold UUUU yesterday. Looking for these uranium stocks to continue these trends here. They look pretty good. CCJ. Looks good. CCJ. Trending. Twitter. Bouncing. At the 9 EMA. Buyers are stepping up at the 9 EMA. Steel stocks look good and then they faded. Still more selling. Not quite 1 o'clock yet. SPY is still drifting low. VIX still moving higher. So earlier we were talking about. Let me shift screens here. Okay, so earlier we were talking about S&P. Still some time left of the day, but looks like the bears are in control. We're losing a lot of puts, a lot of put support. So it looks like we're going to come back down and test this level, probably take it out the way it looks. A close below the 50-day is not a good look. RSI still pointing lower. MACD's crossed and pushing down as well. Stochastics is oversold. That could stay down there for a while. Looking for a signal, but nothing there. So for now, the trend is down. It has been for 3 weeks ago Tuesday. 3 weeks ago Tuesday, that peak right there at B. We tried to bounce on Thursday, Friday. That hammer and hanging man and that bullish candle, and then we reversed. We continue to see selling into strength 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. 8 days out of 12. So 8 days out of 12. So 75% of the move from B to C has been selling into strength. So that has to change. Once it flips to the other direction, they keep buying the dip, that's going to be a signal. For now, trend is down. I'll continue to hold QID, and I'll probably add to it if this breaks out. I'll add to QID. That's my hedge on the Qs. Qs look pretty awful. Qs look worse than the SPY. Not by much, but pretty close. Just about the time everybody gets bearish, could see a little reversal. Got 3 hours to go for a reversal, if there is one. So Costco's up $2.28. It's off the highs of the day. Costco. Walmart looking for higher highs and higher lows. Walmart's up 15 whole cents. Walmart. Caterpillar having a bang out day. Caterpillar. Big move on Caterpillar. Okay, off of this consolidation. I was skeptical about it yesterday because of these 3 days. We had these wicks here. You could see there were sellers between 218 and 219 to 220. Today's action, obvious that institutions like it. MACD's turning, stochastic. This is probably going to break out next week. Caterpillar. Let's look at the 2-minute chart. Caterpillar. Okay, you can see how it started the day. At the close yesterday, the 20 and the 200 were very close together. Look how tight those Bollinger Bands were. And then boom, it takes off this morning. Opening range, didn't look back, broke out, kept pushing higher as more money came in. Look at the relative volume to Caterpillar. Caterpillar at one point had 75,000 deltas, 135,800 deltas. $136,400 in play. All right, watching Veru here. Veru turning the corner. A little risky, but Veru looking interesting. I know a bunch of you were in this at $3, $4, $5 back here. Volume. Lots of trading on this one. Veru. Extended up here, so there's a trap. I would not be buying this up here. Just my 2 cents. I'd be looking for a dip. And given the kind of run they've had here, Veru, I don't know anything about the company, so I'm not speaking from experience. But whenever something's that extended, I could only day trade it and scalp it, 15, 20-minute runs. I got a feeling a lot of people are going to be disappointed. Anyway, VIX is at the high of the day. SPY's at the low of the day. Continues to see selling. Caterpillar looking very good. Caterpillar having a great day. Caterpillar. John Deere looked good too. John Deere getting that follow through. John Deere actually looked a little better. I'm not comparing today's candle, but the way it consolidated at the 21 day, you got the 9, 21, 50, and 200 day. All four are turned up and to the right. There's very little supply over here. John Deere. Now look at Caterpillar. Caterpillar consolidated. It made up for what it didn't do like John Deere. John Deere just kept moving higher. So if you put everything into the past 4 days into one candle, you pretty much get what you see on Caterpillar. So Caterpillar consolidated into Wednesday and then took off. Good day to buy Caterpillar. Worked out really well. Twitter going. Twitter extending. All right, Twitter's on the move here. Twitter, I'd be moving my stops up pretty soon. Move my stops up pretty soon. Okay, head stops at 45.50. Can make it to 46.50.
So 5 minutes away now to the top of the hour, where we are due to get the US Baker Hughes rig count data for the week. So the Baker Hughes total rig count forecast 696 on the prior 689, while oil rigs are forecast at 551 on the prior 546.
All right, Twitter looking really good. Twitter. Okay, I'm going to shift screens again. You know what the S&P looks like. All right, so here's Twitter. Twitter with a buy signal. A buy signal on the 5 minute and shorter time frames. Got a buy signal over here at 12:20. All right, so that was 35 minutes ago, and a buy signal on Twitter 35 minutes ago. And it was confirmed. Buy signal here and confirmed a couple of minutes later at 12:30. So Twitter is continuing this move. Caterpillar, a little selling here. Caterpillar, a little profit taking. Watch Caterpillar, Caterpillar profit taking. All right, I might take profits in Caterpillar as well. Cat. I was starting to bounce here. It was just a scalp today. As you know, I'm trying to reduce my exposure, so I'm not keeping stocks that I bought today, just me personally. Caterpillar, let's see, cat at the highs. All right, I'm going to take, I took 25 off. I have another 25 shares. Caterpillar, cat. All right, that was +8 on that. +8. Not bad. All right, Riot starting to pop. Riot popping. Riot, RIOT. Right, 5 minutes. Not doing. It looks bigger. Looks more profound on my other charts. Let's see. Target starting to turn here. Target's technically on a buy signal in the 5 minute. Looking for it to push out of this flag. Target.
We should shortly be receiving the US Baker Hughes rig count data.
Target's going. Target. Okay, Jets is turning the corner. Tesla. Tesla's turning, could turn up and pop. All right, SPY. Nice little reversal, pushing higher. VIX is dropping off. Yeah, you're welcome. I would have bought options, but it really never gave me cat. All right, so Target looking really good here. Target. Dollar Tree popping up as well. Dollar Tree. These retail stocks are doing well. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree popping. What's Walmart doing?
Waiting on the rig count data.
Walmart trying to break out.
Total rig for now.
Walmart trying to break out. My E's are sticky. My E keys are sticky. Dollar Tree. Yeah, Dollar Tree looks good. I like it. Took Dollar Tree last week. Dollar Tree looking good.
For US Baker Hughes total rig count coming out of 636.
Okay, Dollar Tree. You know what we saw on Dollar Tree. This just keeps going, breaking out. Look at those bullish candles.
While oil rigs coming out at 548, lower than the forecast of 550.
Dollar Tree. On the daily, looks up. Okay, sorry about that. Need, I don't know why anybody would trade on the seconds. TradingView has an option to trade seconds. Okay, Dollar Tree's about to break out here. Excuse me. Dollar Tree's about to break out. Target, Costco, Walmart. All of those are working. All the big box discount retailers. Dollar Tree looks good. Jets is trying to push higher. JETS, Jets. Okay, that dipped during the day. Okay, so Delta Airlines was looking good. That also dipped. American. All right, these are all starting to turn. You can see the signal down here below and right here. If these start to get moving, watch for a follow through. ALK, LUV, Southwest. They all look the same. JetBlue. Okay, so you can trade one or you can trade them all. I like Jets. IWM, IWM, turning the corner. Same with SPY, SPY. Hearing some flow coming through. SPR. So I have not added to QID. I won't add to it unless we close. It will look pretty, if we look ugly at the close, I'll probably add to QID just for a little insurance. Could very well bounce on Monday. I doubt it though, just given the put volume coming off. The gamma that's expiring today, 30% of SPY, 30% of Qs, 30% of S&P came off this morning. And we've been lower for most of the day, except for that little grind higher between 10 and 11:30. So many of you done well on puts on the put side. Congratulations. That worked out well for you. I've been selling premium stocks like Riot, and AMC. Been making some cash on the side for these. Just waiting for these to get something going. Right now, it looks like a base, which is fine with me. I've got $5.35. I want to collect the entire premium on those Riot covered calls. You could have been selling call debit spreads, bearish trade, sell the 7, sell the whatever, sell the 18, buy the 20, or do it naked if you don't mind getting assigned on the way up. Dollar Tree looks good. Everything's turning, so it looks like a little short buy program that pushed a lot of stocks off the low here. Costco's not following through. VIX is trying to bounce. All right, so today's kind of done. All right, watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA's turning here. Watching for any kind of follow through now. Okay, so some of these have turned, so I would anticipate this is just shorts covering. Stocks like NVIDIA. Okay, so this is still basing. I'm looking for a bounce. Now, if for some reason the world comes to an end and we take out these lows, which is entirely possible, start taking out start taking out these lows, I would think that the 10-year yield would have a lot to do with it. A lot of people talking about the 10-year yield, mostly Russell. 10-year yield is headed for 3. Very bullish today. 10-year yield. Boil, new high of the day, BOIL, Boil. Yeah, I don't know how much more this can go. Nat gas. You can see nat gas that a lot of experts are saying that 7 is the top. I don't know. I don't trade natural gas, so I'm not really expert enough to know. I can just see price. Seems a bit extended. Seems a bit extended. People chasing this. So Boyle is one way to trade it. BOIL. Mentioned by Ed. Twitter. Looking for a follow through on Twitter. Let's see, Boyle. BOIL. Boyle. Taken out. Okay, Veru. ATER. Wells Fargo. Lex, no follow through on Lex. That just keeps fading. Apple, it's off $3.69. Nvidia, trying to turn the corner. But it looks like a false signal right here. Looks like a false signal. You get the crossover, but this lower panel turns back down. Now, if this turns up and moves above minus 40 right there, okay, if it does that, that'll be a valid signal. All right, so Bulls got some today, Bears got some today. Generally, the week has been more bearish, neutral to bearish. Let's take a look at some. Let me shift while we're waiting. Let me. Before I cut myself off. Now that we're waiting for the markets, either they're going to bounce here or we're going to bear flag and drop off. Okay, I'm not interested in opinions. All I'm looking at is data. Okay, I'm looking at the data. Growth, pretty obvious. This is having an off day. Even cyclicals yesterday, both of these look good. You can see the candles we had here. Growth and value both had a nice day. So yesterday was good. Today's bad. You're so bad. So equal weight index. We want to keep an eye on the equal weight because that removes the weight of these 10 stocks. It's still looking okay. It's not the end of the world. We got both of these signals turning up. So given where we stand with puts coming off and having little support next week, I'll keep my QIDs for, only have 200 shares. I'll keep QID for insurance in case we are lower next week. If we close low at the lows today, I'll probably wind up adding to QID just for insurance. Insurance, exactly the way it sounds. There goes Dollar Tree breaking out. Insurance is exactly what it sounds like. All right. I don't want to use my car insurance either. But if I get in a wreck, I'm insured. So same thing with the S&P. If we get in a wreck with the S&P or the Qs next week and we drop, that's going to help cushion my downside. Now let's take a look at something here. SP 500, S&P 500. Look where we are here. We're down just shy of 5% from this pivot high. Now look at SPHD. SPHD. It's trading at the highs. SPHD is the Invesco S&P 500 high dividend, low volatility ETF. I've been talking about this for months. Okay, since over here, I mean, I've had this for a while, along with Noble, NOBL, Dividend Aristocrats. I have DHS, the Wisdom Tree ETF. Okay, these ETFs have a lot of consumer staples names in them. Now, when the markets are dropping more, these tend to appreciate. When the markets drop a lot, they don't drop as much. So the balance is really good. I don't know who manages these two funds. I really don't care. The point is that they work really well. My kids have this and SPHD in their Coverdell account. So if you're thinking about your children for school, this is what I have them invested in. Every month, this I think on the 20th, SPHD is the end of the month, every month, we get a dividend. Now, since none of us need, my kids and myself, my wife, none of us need dividends. We don't need the income. We just have that rolled back into shares. More shares are bought. Okay, so that's compounding my return. I know I beat this idea to death, but it really works well for those of you who don't want to be watching the market every 10 minutes, trying to scalp. All you're interested in is working, making an income, and putting 10% of your income away for a rainy day. I got to tell you, if I hadn't done that over my architecture career and been trading since 1987, hadn't I been putting money away like my father advised me to do, I would have been up the creek, so to speak, when COVID hit. But we had a really nice cushion. Thankfully, we were trading at the time. So, we got a lot of things right. We got a few things wrong. Right now, the thing that I have wrong the most is AMD. That's sitting down here and it looks like it could move lower. I'm probably going to have to bite the bullet and take it off. It's like down 12%, that position. But, other positions like LXU from this breakout at 1170, when we took this, I know Frank was in this, 1170, Dr. Frank, we're up 148%. So down 12%, yeah, that's a little painful. It's only one position. Riot's another one, but I'm selling covered calls. So if I'm down 12%, but I'm up 128% on another one, and my weighting in this one's a little bit higher, so these look good. I don't think fertilizer's going out of favor anytime soon. If tomorrow the war was over, then we'd probably have a reason to start selling Mosaic. Now I've been buying the dips on these along with CF Industries. It's still trending nicely. It's not up every single day. No stock will be up every single day. So these are working. Now, if you go to, remember the SPHD, I've showed you this before. Please bear with me. For the new members. Okay, so look at SPHD. It's up quite a bit today. SPHD is up 0.66%. The indices are down 0.8%. So 1.4% in the opposite direction, the difference between the two, 1.4%, and we're trading at the high. So with this one, what you want to be paying attention to is what's working. Why is this moving higher? Look at those stocks. Those are the ones that are moving. And like Winter Bananas is trading ABBV. That's one of my favorites, ABBV. Okay, AbbVie. That had a nice run over the last few months. Nice bounce today. So with AbbVie, if this does bounce on Monday and follow through, that'll be a second bullish day. That's what I'm looking for to enter again. I've been trading this one for a while. Joe Terranova mentioned it back in October. That's when we got interested. That was at right around 110. And 75 points to the highs, taking profits off in the strength. But the point is that SPHD has all of these great names that pay dividends that we should look at. All right, what's Newell doing? I know Anton doesn't like Newell, but Newell continues to grind higher. What about what's IBM doing? I haven't seen that one in a while. IBM. We haven't talked about IBM in a long time. IBM just sideways. Really hasn't gone anywhere since December. Draw a straight line through the middle of price action. It's tightening up, though. You can see these swings are becoming tighter and tighter and tighter. We have Merck, Bristol Myers. I'm thinking about adding to Bristol Myers. BMY. All right, SPY's trying to bounce. BMY. Okay. I was going to add to this. I didn't do it. So unfortunately, I could buy some here, but I liked it better on Tuesday. Merck had pulled back. That's getting bought. This is a good sign. Okay, so these have been running up, but look what happens every time it pulls back. Institutions keep buying. What about J&J? So that's 3 out of 3 in the pharmaceutical business industry group that are bouncing. All 3 of them. What about Lilly? That's one Frank likes to trade. Lilly's starting to bounce. All right, so Lilly, if this holds this level at 302.50, and Monday we come up and it's starting to move higher, I'll buy some Lilly. I really will buy some Lilly. Lilly. All right, so that's Lilly. J&J, Merck, Bristol Myers. Okay. And some of these energy names like Duke Energy, SD. What's SD doing? SD's at the highs. EIX, Con Edison. That's New York. ETR. ETR. Okay, at the highs. Entergy. PNW. PNW. All right, so nice bounce here. So this is a great setup on Pinnacle West. Probably see a follow through on Monday. RSI is still above 50, turning. MACD needs to turn. Stochastics need to turn. So this would be early. I'd like to see a bullish day on Monday. Extend this trend. The moving averages are up and to the right. Whenever these are up and to the right and we get a nice follow through, I like to get long on dips. Okay, so here's a lesson learned. Okay, so here's P and W. You can see the crossover 921 50-day cross above the 50-day to start trending. All right, so after about a week, it pulled back, and then it followed through. Note the pullback, note the follow through. Now look at AMD. AMD showed something very similar over here. Drawdown, markdown, started to change direction. The 921 50-day looked like it was going to everything looked like it was going to rise, and then boom, it failed. It got a downgrade, and AMD dropped below the 50-day. Okay, so two different trend changes. One worked, one didn't. PNW, this trend change worked, and it continues to rally. Every time it pulls back, you should have confidence that the buyers will keep showing up. You just wait for that second candle, in my case, and then you keep buying. What about Caterpillar? A lot of you took Caterpillar. I took half off. Looks like that was a good move because we're starting to fade a little bit. Caterpillar. All right, so we took it off right when we started to see these two candles here starting to form at the highs. We know that Caterpillar has traded its ATR for today. It's up $7 right now, but the ATR was 5. So what does that tell me? That tells me that there's a potential for this to give back another $2. So I took profits at the highs. It's just a workflow that I go through every single day. Now, John Deere, these two working together. So as long as these keep working, should be fine, I would think. A pretty bullish candle today. Veru's pushing a bit higher. IWM's making a higher low. Dollar Tree looks like a little pullback there. Tesla starting to turn the corner. They love to trade Tesla on Fridays off the lows. Let's see if Tesla comes off the low. Baba is starting to move here. Alibaba. I'm not really interested in Alibaba. That's still fading. All right, the airlines. All right, Delta gapped above on Wednesday, gapped above the 50-day and the 200-day. Today, it gapped above both of those and continues to ramp higher. Delta, the CEO, mentioned that he's seeing robust travel, robust demand in travel returning. Now, some of you don't like Delta. That's fine. I'm not particularly interested in trading airlines either, but price says this could continue. Do we see it in more than one name? All right, gapping up twice. Alaska Air, American Airlines, gapping up twice. United Airlines, gapping up twice. Higher lows, looking for a higher high next week. JetBlue. So I might have an opinion about, you know, about airlines not being the best sector to trade. I think pretty much everyone's in agreement with that. Very tough to trade. What about some of the other travel names like Royal Caribbean? Gap up twice. Little shooting star there, but looking for a follow through. Carnival Cruises pushing higher. Not my favorite area either, NCLH, because of the problems that China's having right now, lockdowns and more viruses, etc. They just released, it's pretty interesting. They just released a video in a report, China did, that they beat the world at COVID, and couldn't have been worse timing because their COVID had spiked. I'm not like wishing ill on anyone. It's just the timing of the report was really pretty awful because they have lockdowns. They have people locked in their offices for like over a week now. This is speculation, okay? So take that with a grain of salt. I'm not in China. You know how the U.S. media tends to be. Do you believe all of it? I don't know. The point is that these particular industry groups are more susceptible to headline risk. So if it starts to get bad, you know, you need to be more cautious. So in other words, if I'm going to trade businesses that could be impacted by COVID, instead of buying 1,000 shares of something like Royal Caribbean, which I like, good company, instead of buying 1,000 shares, I'd probably only buy 100. And yet I even might be considering options instead to limit my potential losses to the cost of the options. Now, other names like Wynn have been seeing some action. Wynn coming off the lows, higher low. Las Vegas Sands, all of these potentially. Las Vegas looks pretty good, actually. Las Vegas Sands, not a bad. Las Vegas Sands, not a bad chart. Okay, now I was having conversations with some of the members. Why don't you trade more puts? I mean, you guys seem to be okay with the way you're trading puts. Whatever. I trade puts. I do take positions on the short side, but most of the stuff that I do is on the long side. There's no surprise. You do make a good bit of income on the downside. I've been selling premium, which in effect is playing the downside. But a lot of these stocks coming out of bases, this is where I know institutions are going to be buying, and I'm looking for signs that institutions are buying. Watching volume. What about Caesars? Caesars looking for a bounce. MGM. Okay, so some of these are working. I saw, what was it? Marriott. Now these, I know that Anton's got to be all over this. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so Marriott looks good. Marriott looks good. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Banks are. I saw your posts earlier. I saw them. All right. I do pay attention to things that people post in the trading room. Hilton, HLT. Okay. Hyatt, Hyatt. All right. Costco. Twitter, a little pullback from 47. So you had a nice area. Started to see some sideways action. Good area to take some profits off. Okay, SPY, still watching for some kind of follow through. Twitter, nice little bounce. Looking for a follow through next week. Twitter. I think Elon might actually be onto something. He might actually take the company private if he buys enough shares. There's a lot of people talking about it. That's for sure. Twitter pulling back a little bit. SPY watching for continuation. Looks like a bear flag. The odds go with the bears. The flow has been down for 12 days with 3 bounces that actually close at the highs. The rest of them have sold into strength. So today is kind of a disappointment, but not completely unexpected. Still in this downward leg until it's pretty obvious that the bulls are in control, which they are not. RSI is below 50. MACD's below its signal line. Stochastics is oversold, looking for that to turn. Until we get that bullish, at least 2 bullish candles is what I like to see as a benchmark. This leg is still not confirmed. All right, so a move above this level here, the 200-day would definitely make me feel a lot more supportive of a bullish move. But for now, neutral to bearish. Watching SPY right here. Watching the 2-minute chart. Twitter starting to bounce. Caterpillar saw some sellers come in, and now buyers are coming in. So somebody took some profits here. Now we're starting to move higher. So Caterpillar, I held on to 25 shares. I sold 25 into that second bearish candle right there, just below 227.60. Still looking for a follow through. Yeah, Musk is saying he's not sure he'll actually be able to buy Twitter, but he could help. It could help. He could put several people together of like minds. It's not like it'd be a monopoly. Snapchat, owned by Zuckerberg. All right, so getting a little bounce here in Twitter. All right, SPY trying to get going here. SPY. Not a bad day. I mean, all things considered, it's not a bad day. For positions like Riot, I want to collect that entire premium of $535 per contract. I want to collect that entire amount. And at about the time that I'm ready to close that position, I'm looking for it to bounce. It's at 15. What are those calls at? All right, so I'm up 50%. I'm up 50% on those Riot covered calls that I sold. The 20 call. That's good. Tilray. Surprised this hadn't fallen off yet. Tilray still looking pretty weak. I took some puts when Susie first mentioned it. I looked at it and said, oh boy, this looks awful. Tilray. Over here, when did you mention it, Susie? It was over here, right? Started to lose the 50-day. I took some puts with you. Still got those puts. They expire in May. I wouldn't buy them now. We're at the lows. But if we bounce back to the 21-day and get rejected, I would definitely be interested in adding to puts and look for Tilray to drop off more. I'm looking at this level down here between 475 and 575, somewhere around there. Take some profits down into that zone. What other industry? U.S. steel stocks look pretty good this morning. They faded, but look at U.S. steel this way. Look at Caterpillar. All right, Caterpillar did something very similar prior to this candle right here today. It looked like it was kind of iffy whether or not Caterpillar would bounce or not. Okay, so in the industrials, steel as a sub-industry group, looking for this to bounce. We get a little bit of selling. Once this starts to follow through, I'd be looking for the rest of these names to go too, like Steel Dynamics. It's trying to get above this high. So there's still some memory here, still some people that want to sell into that. They probably have limit orders as supply up there. Once these break out, we should see a follow through. Cleveland Cliff had a good job of fading today's move. It was up at 32.55, I believe. All right, so it's about $1.50 off the high, but looking for these to follow through. So if they can, along with Nucor's at new highs. I got a feeling steel stocks are going to continue next week. Just my guess. SPY trying to follow through. So I'm looking for a price action to say, yes, they are following through. All right, so SPY trying to turn the corner. Shorts will be covering here. More shorts will be covering. Okay, we only got an hour, 2 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. Yeah, HZMP. I was watching that one too. HZMP. Horizon Therapeutics. Yeah, that one's continuing, just following through. What's about LPLA, LPLA, LPA, LPLA, HZNP, Dollar Tree. LPLA, since mentioning it on Monday, actually since Friday, right here at 190, that became a stock of the day, IBD. It broke out above 190. Okay, so that's up 15 points. All right, KHC. All right, so I have that KHC, same here. KHC, KHC. All right, SPY's going. SPY, turnt, VIX dropping. VIX dropping off. Caterpillar, a little dip that ripped, looking good there. HCNP. Nice. Look at the weekly. Weekly. Yeah, HCNP has about a $40 measure move at least. $40. If you average it, you give it 30, then 150 to 160. All right, so remember the S&P equal weight index, we were talking about that. We got a signal on the S&P equal weight index. We'll find out at the close. These two will update. These two indicators will update. I'm all about indicators, and which are based on price action and money flow. I'm all about indicators. I stray away from opinions. As soon as I catch myself with an opinion, I clarify this is an opinion. But right now, what I'm seeing is a buy signal. These two are turned up. Number of stocks trading above their 50-day has relaxed. Don't do it. Frankie's got to go to Hollywood. We relaxed, and now we're starting to turn. So we got a spinning top, a pretty narrow range here over the last most of the day, except for the highs and the lows. So if this does move higher, which is what this is indicating, more buying next week, we could see the S&P bounce. Okay, I'm just basing it on what I'm seeing with price action. So these two right here is what I'm looking at. Let's look at the cycles. in a broad-based measure like the Wilshire Weekly, you can see that the cycle is turning higher. So as we make these pushes higher, we had 2 weeks down, we had 3 weeks up, a doji on the third week. Wilshire 5000, RSI needs to get back above. There's a lot of things that need to happen. So I'm neutral to slightly bearish at the moment. What does junk bonds look like? Junk bonds look like they're going to work yesterday. Okay, junk bonds. All right, so this is a bearish signal for equities. This is 1 out of 25 that I follow. HYG, considered part and parcel to the same indicator. IWM, okay, this is neutral. It's making higher lows all of this week. If we break above, if small caps get back above 202, 204 next week into this Kirby, small caps are considered a risky investment. Bitcoin, another risky investment, risk on, risk off. So this looks more bearish. We can't get above the 50-day. Short term, looks like a base. Okay, some of you are looking at a massive, what'd you call it? Head and shoulders top. All right, so let me go out a little ways and see what you're looking at. I don't see a head and shoulders top. I see a channel up. I see a channel up. I don't see a head and shoulders top. Higher high, higher low. We got to get it back above the 10 EMA, or otherwise we're going to pull back some more. Momentum is flat. So Bitcoin is neutral to bearish at the moment. All right, so that's another risk off along along with HYG and junk. So that's 2 out of 25. S&P equal weight is bullish. That's 1 out of 25 bullish. Let's look at NAMO. Let's see what NAMO looks like. Okay, we're pushing higher. Caterpillar's about to take off again. Caterpillar. NIMO is at -8. It was -25 yesterday or the day before. On Tuesday, NIMO was -25. I think, Russell, you mentioned that. We noted that -25 has been an inflection point on NIMO in the last few months. Every time we got down there, especially in March, we got a reversal. Okay, let's see. VIX VXV. Let's see what VIX VXV, the front month versus the 3-month volatility, to tell us if we got backwardation or contango. All right, so we're backwardation. Contango, rather. Contango. All right, so VIX. What does VIX look like? VIX is still green. Interesting. That just tells me that people who wanted puts, they're expiring today, most of them. SPY, Qs, IWM, S&P. All right, so this is still green. So there's still some life. That's another bullish signal. That's 2 of 25. Bullish, 2 of 25 that are bearish. All right, NIMO. So that's, let's see what NIMO looks like. NIMO is trying to turn. This is not my opinion. I'm just looking at the data. Okay, yesterday we talked about the Marty Zweig breadth thrust indicator. That's this one. S&P 500, mid caps, small caps, NASDAQ, top to bottom, S&P, turning from -10 back up to 0, -20 back to 0, -20 back to 0, -25 back to 0. So this indicator, 3 of 25 now are bullish. Breadth is, believe it or not, starting to appreciate. NIMO. These will update end of day. We're still in this flag. So that's 3 of 3 bullish, 3 of 3 bearish. So this is bearish for now. Okay, let's look at put call ratio and bullish percent, put call and bullish percent. Okay, so we're just sitting here moving sideways. So bullish percent, number of stocks breaking out on a point and figure buy signal. There goes SPY. SPY's on the move. SPY gonna go? SPY's going here. All right, so that's flat, so that's neutral. Put call ratio. Put call.
And 2042 in rubles, then US dollars, representing a change in payment terms.
Put call. Okay, got more buying. Put call is neutral. Closer to the green than it is to the red. Neutral to bullish. So that's 4 of 25 that are bullish or better. 1's neutral. 3 are bearish. Let's see. High-low. Let's take a look at this. High-low. Okay, that's below 50, so our breadth is not expanding. According to this indicator, we're watching new highs versus new lows. Stochastics is turning. We're sitting on top the 50-day, so that's in between the 50 and the 200. So the NYSE 2,700 stocks, neutral to bearish. It's still in a bearish downtrend. Neutral to bearish. So that's 4 and 4. 4 bullish, 4 bearish, or neutral, 1. Okay, up-down volume. Let's see what up-down looks like. Okay, it looks like they're going to cover into the close. All right, so we had one really big bullish day and up volume. Neutral to bearish here. Got to get above. All right, so I'm just going to go keep an eye on SPY because SPY is starting to move here. SPY on the move. SPY on the move. All right. SPY. Watching SPY. Yeah, some days you trade, some days you don't. Some days you trade, some days you don't. All right, still following through here.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, high tech. High tick. VIX dropping really hard. Okay. Caterpillar. Caterpillar breaking out. Cat breaking out. Holy smokes. Look at this thing. Caterpillar's breaking out, folks. That is one hell of a breakout. Bullish engulfing candle. Caterpillar. Costco going for the highs here. Costco. Costco going for 600. All right, what's Lulu doing? Lulu. Lulu. Lulu turning the corner. What about Walmart? Walmart. There goes Walmart. All right, 2 o'clock. Walmart looks good. Twitter pulled back a little bit. Twitter. All right, SPY looks pretty good here. SPY. Haven't heard from my wife in a couple of days. I don't know what's going on with her. She's in Moscow. I'm very curious to hear what she has to say about what is actually happening, what the actual experience is on the ground, what the common folk versus what the media is talking about. Either side. I'd be very interested to see what she has to say when she gets back. All right, so what time is it? 10 minutes to 2. All right, so looking for a follow through. Okay. All right, so the short covering that we saw on the FANG stocks turned out to be that. Plus now we're seeing fresh money coming in. We're putting in higher lows and higher highs. NVIDIA is about to take out the high here, a higher high, a pivot though. Okay, this level here. I'm referring to these pivots. Okay, so NVIDIA is about to take those pivots out right now. Not really interested in trading NVIDIA, maybe just for a scalp, but right now semis have a lot of work to do. Tesla's ripping here. There goes Tesla. Holy smokes. Tesla. A little selling here, SPY. Tesla. Nice turn the corner here on Tesla. They like to trade Tesla on Fridays. I mentioned that about an hour ago. My E key is stuck. All right, there goes Tesla. They like to trade this on Fridays. You see this move off the lows. A lot of times you'll see that on Fridays. Just take a memory. All right, a little bit of profit taking. Walmart. There goes Walmart. Steven, you still in this? I think you are. Walmart taking out the highs. This is really annoying. This freaking E key is not working here. Something's stuck underneath there. I use some of that aerosol stuff on the keyboard. Let me get some right. Let me see if this will clear this. 1 second. Let's see if that clears it. All right, so Walmart's trying to break out here. Watch Walmart. Walmart, nice, following through. Walmart's on a buy signal. It's been on a buy signal since, looks like 125. Walmart's been on a buy signal, 125. Got a crossover. Let me switch screens. I was thinking a lot more bearish, that's for sure. Market's pulling back. And then boom, taking off to the upside. Let's look at the daily. All right, Caterpillar at the high of the day. Caterpillar. Okay, so betting top. Doji. Let's see. Up volume is now going green on the NYSE. We got a higher low on tick. Tick, we got a higher low. Thank you. Twitter. Clovis. Apple turning the corner. $4 off the high.
According to Moody's, Russia paying the ruble, not USD, may be considered default.
All right, nice follow through. That's for damn sure. We got a nice follow through. Want to switch screens again? Okay, so Walmart still looks good. S&P got a lot of time left. It's just after 2 now. So the 2 o'clock hour, we'll see if they follow through on this or if they start selling more into strength. What you definitely don't want to see is selling into strength here if you're bullish. You want to see this fill out the top part of this candle. While it's not the best situation, if we close in the upper half of this daily range from high to low, if we close in the upper half, that's at least something of a win. I would prefer to see a close at the high of the day, at the 21 day. The 9 and 21 day are right there at the top of this candle. Here's your 9 and 21 right there. So a close at the high of the day or higher would be a huge win for the bulls. RSI turns back up above 50. A lot of things have to happen. Stochastics set up and ready to turn. This is something Rob Kaplan uses a lot in the trading room. He uses stochastic quite a bit. All right, so a little bit of profit taking. So we don't want to see any selling into strength here. Okay, so close it right here. It's fine. A little bit higher, that would be fine. Lots of opinions. Lots of opinions. Okay, we're vol triggers 44.35. Vol triggers 44.35. Get above 44.35. Walmart, nice job there on Walmart, Steven. Looking good. Walmart. Target. Wow. Target's up $4. Target. TGT. Target. Nice. Target. Thank you very much. Weekly. This is a really pretty chart. The weekly target. Second week above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is turned up. That's a very bullish look. Costco. Right, Costco has spent the last 7 weeks above, 8 weeks above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is rising. Dollar Tree. Even more days above the 10 EMA. 10 EMA is very bullish. This is a week 11 above the 10 EMA after this breakout. Dollar Tree. We looked at Target, right? Target. Yeah, Target second week. Dollar Tree, Costco, Walmart. Fourth, Walmart. This is the 7th week above the 10 EMA and accelerating. All right, so now we're seeing a little profit taking at the highs. Walmart, profit taking. All right, VIX starting to bounce a little bit. That's not going to be that easy. I don't think it's going to be that easy. I'm going to hold on to my QID. I just don't have the confidence in the markets just yet. If today had been a bullish day like yesterday and we closed above the 200-day, I'd be feeling a lot different right now. You remember those many Fridays where we've had a great week and we finished at a crescendo at the highs on a Friday? Everybody felt good going into the weekend. Well, it's not the case today. Not the case this week so far. We had a nice day yesterday, but for the most part, the markets have been moving lower for 12 days. And I really, really, really would love to see a close a bit higher at a minimum. That would be a win for the bulls, that the bears couldn't drop it more. Next week's another story. All those puts come off, so we don't have as much support below current prices. So that's important to acknowledge. That's why I'm going to keep my QID position for a hedge. I only have 200 shares, so I would probably add about 300 shares if we started to show more weakness on QID. It's insurance. That's nothing more than that. So all right, more buying volume. I was so happy to see that they caught that guy, Frank James. Does anybody know why he did what he did? Just hates everybody. The Brooklyn subway shooter, Frank James, they caught him yesterday. Man, a dude left evidence everywhere. Not a very good criminal. All right, more follow through. Looks like we're going to get some more follow through here. All right, let's see what the deltas look like. Caterpillar looks good. All right, Caterpillar looks like a little profit taking here. Caterpillar. All right, the futures just chopping around here between supply and demand. Right in between the two areas, a little slight move lower here. A little bit of selling. All right, Dollar Tree's off the highs. Costco's at the high of the day. Walmart is just below the high of the day. Tesla just below the high of the the highs of the evening session, Tesla. Target, high of the day. Target. All right, more selling coming in. Target, high of the day. Target. Target. All right, nice little bounce here in the SPY. Target. Wow, beautiful. A lot of buying coming in here. I see a lot of stocks popping at the same time. Many of them are at the highs of the evening session, up and to the right. That's a good sign. Instead of down and to the right into the close. All right, we got an hour and 45 minutes to go. All right, no, we got to push above 442. 442 could get us a nice close. All right, S&P. Target looks good. Target, pretty happy with Target's performance this week. Target, we were looking for it to close above the 200-day. That would be a reason to add to my position, add to our positions if you're in Target. All right, so Target's above the 200-day. You know that whenever we get to the 200-day, that's a pretty big area that most traders, investors know that there's going to be selling or buying around that area, depending on if we're moving up or moving down to that location. At least initially, we got 4 days of resistance. Today, we're following through. So that the only way that's going to happen is if new money comes in, and it looks pretty good for Target for next week. So pretty good odds that that Target will continue at some point. Doesn't mean it's going to be higher immediately Monday, Tuesday. It just means that we're looking better, looking better. Walmart, you know what I think about Walmart. That's just beautiful look to it. Dollar Tree, another one that we started recently down here at 157.50 on the bounce last week that followed through the pullback. I'm not going to say this is a classic example, but this is an example of what I look for whenever we get the crossovers. Okay. So Dollar Tree really never gave it back that much. There was really not that much markdown. Didn't stay below the 50-day very long. Lasted about 6 weeks, got back above. It was about 50-50. About 3 weeks, 3 weeks below, 3 weeks above, and then it took off to the upside. That was key. You got the 9, 21, 50-day all turned up and to the right. So you need to respect that. Whenever it pulls back, you look for buyers to show up. That's a good risk reward. And this most recent pullback was a good example of where I prefer to buy after the second day. All right, pulls back, bullish day, second day, bullish, look for the follow through. It's a strategy. If you repeat it over and over and over, a very large percentage of time, especially if you're above the 50-day for multiple weeks already, Harry, it's a very high probability follow through swing trade. And it's been happening while the markets have been pulling back since January. Here's January over here. January, we pulled back very little, 20 points. 20 points on Dollar Tree, and then it surfaced back above the 50-day while the S&P continued to move lower. Kind of the same idea as SPHD. I love SPHD, as you know. That's making new highs. All right. All of the discount retailers are performing well. I have a feeling there's a reason. Inflation protection to an extent. You know, if you've got a Costco membership, you got to pay $135 a year for the membership. And they force you to buy a crap ton of food. So if you're buying for a big family, it works. If you're buying for a single person, not so much. I mean, how many freaking artichokes can you eat? 6 in a pack? Yeah, you get them for $11.99, and you got about 8,000 freaking artichoke hearts. All right, so SPY keeps coming back. So, all right, looks like they're fading this, folks. All right, this is not what I want to see. This is not what I want to see. I don't think you do either. All right, ES is trying to bounce. Deltas have been negative most of the evening. Deltas have been minus 4,500. Yesterday they were plus 26,000. So that's a $30,000 delta difference there. And Caterpillar had a really good day. Caterpillar's deltas 101,412. 101,412. So Caterpillar is ending the day with very high delta readings. That's telling you basically the strength institutions buying, and they keep lifting the bids, lifting the offers. They keep chasing the offers. All right, SPHD, that just keeps working. It looks like a little profit taking. That's what it looks like to me. We still got an hour and 40 minutes to go. All right. Yeah, FANG stocks, they look like they were going to do something, then not so much. Not so fast there. All right, so they might pull something out by the end of the day. I haven't heard from my wife since yesterday. I think it might be because she might be heading back already. She might be heading back. Doesn't have service. Her mother went with her, and in Moscow, they departed paths. They took separate paths, and her mother lives in Sevastopol. Sevastopol is in Crimea. That's what everybody's been talking about. That's where a lot of the Russian Navy is, and a lot of the military went up from Crimea through Ukraine from the south. She lives there, so she had to take a 30-hour train ride to get back home. I guess she's home by now, but anyway, the FANG stocks are looking worse for wear right now. Tesla's holding up okay. It's still down 30 bucks. Costco looks good. The discount retailers look good. Those are working. Oh, airlines, cruise lines, some of the casinos, some discretionary income industry groups are moving higher. Today we started, yesterday we had all sectors green. Today it's shifted to more red. Currently we're looking at 50-50, 50% red, 50% green. The leading sectors, obviously, crude oil, metals and mining, small cap energy, large cap energy, transports, industrials, Caterpillar helping out a great deal there, and John Deere. Utilities, staples, defensive names, utilities, staples. XLV is up 10 cents. XLV, I bought some XLV again today. Sold it last Friday on that peak right there. Sold it there, bought some today. Looking for a follow through next week. Aging population, looking for that to continue. All right, BIC's still popping up. Somebody was taking a little profits off there. All right. Caterpillar. Caterpillar. Caterpillar high of the day. I would think you're going to see a little profit taking. That's just my guess, Caterpillar. But this has been a hell of a ride today. Caterpillar might take a little bit off here. I sold 25 right around 227. It was about 227. Looks like 227.35, and we continued to push higher. So we're about $1 higher from where I initially sold 25 shares. I got 25 left. I was gonna trade options, but I wasn't in. I didn't get the dips that I was looking for to buy some options. Luckily, we just kept moving higher. So anybody who bought options this morning after 10 o'clock when we first mentioned Caterpillar did well. I see, Frank, you traded it, so that's good. Ricky, you traded it as well. All right, so I'm watching Caterpillar right here at the highs. Caterpillar, watching what it's doing here. Caterpillar. All right, so the bulls really need to step up and push this higher. This Caterpillar. Caterpillar. VIX need a lower high.
Officials called for an earlier end to bond buying. That's from a source there that several ECB officials had called for an earlier end to bond buying.
Yeah, John Deere put the same kind of move and it took 5 days. Yeah, John Deere definitely. DE, CAT. Kroger, you seeing? Yeah, Kroger makes sense. All right, so Caterpillar looks like it's going to go again. Let's look at Kroger. I see RJ talking about Kroger. Kroger, yeah, sitting there, consolidating. I wish everything was a Costco move, or not a Costco. I wish everything. Well, Costco's not bad either. I wish everything was a Caterpillar move. Whenever we got in, I wish this would happen every time we got in. That's beautiful. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. John Deere took a few days to match what Caterpillar. Oh, yeah. Well, it's even going more. All right. So, I take that back. John Deere did really good. Did really good in the evening session. I didn't see that. It was a smaller candle. It was like that put in like 7 points from the last time I looked at it. 5 points. All right, more flow coming in. You can hear that flow in the background. All right, so Futures just grinding higher. Hope everyone had a good day. There's a little supply at 44.20. We could push through that level. Looks like we're going to. All right, following through, a nice little bounce. All right, Caterpillar going again. Oh my gosh. There goes Caterpillar. Jesus. Look at Caterpillar. Oh my God. They're buying the crap out of these things. What's going on here? What's going on? Look at John Deere. I looked at it right after noon. I looked at it. It freaking added 5 points. 5 points in the space of an hour and a half. John Deere rallied 5 points in an hour and a half. That's crazy. And it's still going. Holy moly. Let's look at some of the other cheaper, less expensive industrial names. All right, so let's look at these real quick. Let me look at XLI real quick. One thing. XLI. Yeah, okay. It looks okay. All right, let's look at some of these through the prism of, okay, Delta. Airlines are considered part, transports are considered part of industrials. Let's see, John Deere, Fluor. Fluor looks really good.
Crude oil futures settle at $106.95 a barrel, up $2.70 or 2.59%.
Fluor looks good. $30 stock.
NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $3.38 a gallon.
All right, lower high on SPY. Lower high could lead to a lower low.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Low ticks, low ticks. All right,
Extreme low tick alert.
extreme tick. All right. All righty. Seeing a little, some buying coming in. Futures not expecting much here.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settled at $7.30.
All right, floor. Looking for that to break out. Look at the weekly. Okay, so it's got a nice cup and handle and about a 4-week tight pattern between 28 and 29. This should go. A break above 30.75 would be the confirmation signal. Fluor Corp, it's an industrial sector is catching some attention. Fluor, of course, is in the construction maintenance services to the oil and gas, petrochemical, mining, and transportation industries. Fluor. It has earnings in about 22 days. Fluor, FLR. Relative strength rating is rising a bit. All right, so it looks like a bear flag here. All right, so still off $2.80. Yesterday we were up $5 by the close. Today we're down inside of that action by $3. Bulls really need to carry this higher. VIX trying to make new highs. Okay, so Walmart.
NYMEX diesel May futures settled at $3.85 a gallon.
Walmart high of the day. Costco just off the high of the day. Dollar Tree, looking for that to follow through. Continuation. This pullback was a great opportunity. Day 2 is what I always look for. 157.50 up to 167.50. Did sell some, still have some shares on Dollar Tree, looking for a follow through. Any dip now, most likely will get bought, so I'll be looking to add on dips. Okay. Caterpillar, what a day. Caterpillar, John Deere. Man, what a massive move on these two. John Deere. Caterpillar. All right, I'll keep an eye on Caterpillar. Still lower highs and lower lows on SPY. BIX, higher highs, higher lows. Markets are not making much progress. Just sitting here. Cat at the highs. All right, a little bit of profit, a little bit of buying volume coming in here. Lower lows, lower highs on SPY. A little bit more selling now. SPY, a little bit more selling. We got the VWAP and got rejected summarily. VIX still hanging out near the highs of the evening session. Hard to tell what the markets want to do right here. Looks like SPY wants to turn, but VIX is stuck to the highs. Come on, SPY, do something.
Brent crude futures settle at $111.70 a barrel, up $2.92, or 2.68%.
Or it looks like a bear flag. More selling, it looks like. VIX still pushing a bit higher. SPY a bit lower. All right, so this isn't a good look for next week. All right, so if we close here below the 50-day, you know what's next. We're gonna test that low. The momentum is still lower. You can see the strength of the trend, the downtrend is increasingly bearish.
MACD's below signal line.
Tick alert minus
Stochastic
800.
is oversold, but yeah, no follow through. Yep, dropping off now.
Extreme low tick alert.
They don't like this. I don't like this at all. So the bearish trade is on. If you still got puts on, this looks good. Gonna test this low again. Looks like. What if we take out Tuesday's low? That would not be a good look for the markets. If we do close down near the low, I'm still going to add to QID. More downside. There's a quick move to the downside there. Okay, markets don't like something here.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Futures don't look as bad though. Interesting. We're about to test the low right here. About to test the low.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, we just touched the low that we saw at around 1 o'clock, 12:45, 12:50. We touched that low. We're going to take it out or we're going to continue higher. We're below VWAP. Twice we've tried to get above VWAP. We got rejected, so pretty bearish kind of day. If you're on the bullish side of the ledger, you don't want to close down here. There's just a little over an hour to go. Can they push it back up? Well, it took 45 minutes to get down here. It would take I think it would take at least twice that long to get back up. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think we're going to close fairly bearish looking. Walmart pulled back, Dollar Tree pulled back, so did Costco. Target's hanging out.
Low tick alert minus 800.
More low ticks. Well, that was a hell of a move on VIX. From 2130 up to 2230. All right, so it looks like we took out stops for now. It looks like a bear flag as well. Bull's got a lot to do. More selling. All right, so we got supply. We got demand down there at 4,400 even on the futures. There's a buyer down there at 4,400. Okay, again,
Low tick alert minus
S&P
800.
S&P at this level. S&P at this level and SPHD at the high. Go figure. All right, so SPHD is near the high. DHS also near the highs. So yesterday and recently we've been talking about the tendency since this pivot here after a 12-day run higher. We've seen selling into strength 8 days out of the last 12. All right, so 8 days out of the last 12, we got to the high and we sold off. This Friday, Monday over here, when this down leg started, Friday, Monday, and we sold off on Tuesday, bounced on Thursday, Friday, then dropped again, popped, and then sold off. So they keep selling into strength. That's not a positive sign. So my thoughts are that until if they keep doing this, focus on the sectors that are working. Caterpillar's working. Some of the industrials are working. Some of the consumer staples, the big box discount retailers are working. They're selling off a little bit, but they're up on the day. Industrials are working. But financials, not so much. What's financials look like? Financials look like they could test this 36, 35 level here. What are the puts going for on that? Puts on XLF at the lows. I wouldn't want to buy them here, but certainly would have bought them earlier at 38.25. Let's see. Yeah, it's starting to bounce a little bit. XLF. Maybe you get a little bounce back to VWAP. All right, we're starting to see a little bounce, a little buying coming in. Short covering. XLF. All right. Not much to do here. Getting chopped up in both directions at the present time. The last bounce up to VWAP got rejected. That was a good place to short, but right now, good place to go long. I'm not really that interested. We've got 55 minutes to go. Could see a level rally here. Okay. More selling. XLF, I'm noticing a lot of puts being traded on XLF in the May 20 strike. May 20, the 36 is at 35 delta. The 37 is a minus 50 delta. 37, we're right at 37 right now. So we're 50 delta, minus 50 delta on the 37s. There's about 111,500 in open interest. about 2,000 traded today. But the 36s, the 35s, and the 34s traded a lot of volume. What's
Low
that?
tick alert minus 800.
30, 40, 55, 60,000 contracts have traded on the May 20th put for XLF. So it looks like a lot of people are expecting more downside in the banks. XLF. Gearing up for defaults. Let's see, JP Morgan. It's still moving lower. JP Morgan's near a double bottom, but we'll see what that happens. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs rejected at a descending 921.50 today. So it's got a lot of work to do even to start to turn the corner. Doesn't really look like a base. It looks more like lower lows, lower highs. All right, SPY still pulling back. Morgan Stanley bounced the most. It looks like Citigroup. Bank of America. Did I say Bank of America? Bank of America pushing lower. All right, so we're dropping off here, SPY. Bank of America. Weakness in XLF. All right, XLF. Banks. HUSA. Houston American Energy. Didn't we, somebody covered this one recently, HUSA?
Low tick alert minus 800.
HUSA, I like it. I like the look of it there, Anna. Looking for a follow through. Buyer stepping up, volume picking up. 9 million shares today. 9 million. Maybe it follows through next week. All right. Looks like it got halted a couple of times there. Houston American Energy, HUSA. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I would think, Cayman. All right, starting to see some short covering.
Comments from Biden as he delivers a speech on supply chains from North Carolina. Says that Putin's invasion drove up food and gas prices worldwide.
All right, a little short covering.
So the live video of Biden speaking is now available on the feed for anybody interested.
Nice reversal underway here. VIX dropping off. We got 45 minutes to do it. Caterpillar having a great day. Prefer to trade these quality names like Caterpillar having a great day today. So if you bought a few shares, looking for higher lows, just keep getting bought. They keep buying Caterpillar. So apparently they like it. They like it. Weekly time frame. All right, so this looks good for next week. Caterpillar, similar to ideas that we had with Walmart when Walmart finally broke out of this 18-month range. Off to the upside. Walmart's good too. I like Walmart for the follow through. There goes HUSA, one that Anna just mentioned. HUSA. It's a cheap stock. I'm just watching it as it's been halted twice. Continues to ramp here. Looks like momentum players are pushing this higher. HUSA. VIX trailing off. All right, so we're down $3.72. We're up $5 yesterday on the SPY. We're down $3.70 right now. Certainly not a good look for the bulls next week. 30% of the SPY, the Qs rolling off today. The Gamma's rolling off 30%. SPY and the Qs. S&P earlier today. S&P 500. 30% rolled off. VIX still dropping a bit more.
Comments from Fed's minister says the Fed aims to reduce policy accommodation at a pace necessary to control inflation while sustaining economic activity. Fed's minister says the Fed aims to bring demand into better balance with supply while sustaining a healthy labor market, and that the US labor market is very tight and inflation is very elevated.
VIX still dropping.
And so keep in mind that Fed's minister was scheduled to speak at 3:50 p.m. Eastern Time, also regarding the labour force. A text is expected for that. However, this could be an early release of the text from this, but we'll keep you posted.
All right, futures bouncing a little bit. VIX still dropping, so this is good. Hopefully we can close this a little bit higher, so it's not such a bad look for Monday. We are seeing a lot of puts rolling off, so there's not a whole lot of support underneath the price, underneath these levels for next week, which means we could see some weakness. We could take out the lows next week. that we saw on Tuesday. So I'll keep hedges on for now. I've been reducing my exposure to the markets for the last 3 weeks.
And Biden presses Congress to pass the bipartisan innovation bill.
No follow through. SPY, just no one's buying. Bounced it a little bit, shorts cover, and then a little bit more selling. That's been the trend. 8 out of the last 12 days since the pivot high end of March have led to more selling. Selling into strength. All right, there goes VIX starting to turn up again. VIX starting to turn up again. More selling. Caterpillar. Sitting here. All right, so there's not a whole lot of edge right now. If anything, we start to sell, I would take profits off on Caterpillar and keep some. Should follow through next week, I would think. Dollar Tree bouncing, Target trying to bounce. Yeah. Tesla trying to bounce. Tesla. All right, so we got a nice little run there from 1 o'clock. Can we get another little run? They tend to trade it on Fridays off the lows. Okay. SPY trying to bounce again. Why are you guys driving so fast down my street? All right. XLF. Just watching XLF here. Looks like more profit taking. Walmart was up quite a bit. Now it's pulling back.
It is currently sitting at 98 million to the buy side.
98 million to buy. That's pennies. All right, so Walmart got up here to 158 and sold off a buck. All right, so that was a quick little drop. What's Delta doing? Delta up on the day, but flat along VWAP. Looking for those to follow through next week. Jets, JETS, Jets below VWAP. SPY still dropping off here. SPY looking pretty weak. SPY. Not much to do in these last few minutes of the trading day, unfortunately. All right, pulling back. SPY. A close at the low of the day would not be a good look for next week. So with that in mind, I'll be adding some more hedges. All right, let's take a look at some of these hedges that started, what was it, Tuesday. We didn't follow through. They had a bullish engulfing. This is QID, so this is moving the opposite. So Qs, when we didn't follow through, oops. Had this not so great look on Tuesday. We couldn't get above the 50-day, so I took some QID. We had a little bounce yesterday, but this looks like it's going to take off. If this does take out the low on Tuesday, I'm thinking that this is going to be back down here at the lows again. So QID is helping quite a bit. SPHD on the opposite end, SPHD has been working. So adding along the way as it continues to rise. Selling premium, up more than 50% now on Riot. As it drifts lower, I have the 20 call, covered call. I sold those for $535 per contract. Got 5 of those. A little more than 1,600 bucks. Now Riot. All right, that looks good. More selling, so very weak here. More weakness. VIX moving back up to the highs. So it looks like trading this morning was the good trade. Got Caterpillar to run, what, 10 points today? Caterpillar up 913, 218 to 228. That reversed, plus 10. Not a bad day on Caterpillar. John Deere as well. So while the markets are drifting lower, you're making up for it with gains in some of these names. Target, looking for target to hold. If this does hold above the 200-day, next week we're assuming that we're going to get a follow-through. 4 days this was resistance, now it's popping above, so I'll probably add the target. That'll turn out to be a good trade. What do the aerospace and defense names look like? All right, those are flagging. NOC. That looks okay.
The comments from the U.S. State Department says the U.S. would not be concerned that the
L3
expansion of the
Harris.
defensive alliance would do anything other than promote stability in Europe.
Raytheon. All right, so Raytheon and L3 Harris, the best out of those two. Earlier, it looked like U.S. Steel was going to follow through. All right, so that still looks bullish, even though they did sell the high. It was a Thursday, so there was really no follow-through. Steel Dynamics also still bullish. Cleveland Cliffs did fade today's move, so it doesn't look as bullish as the rest, but it's still consolidating, so I'm okay with the Cleveland Cliff. And then Nucor. All of these working today, even though the indices are a bit lower right now. Tesla. All right, so Tesla's consolidating. Tesla could come down to the 50-day or pop back above. So I'm bullish above 1,000, bearish below 980. I'd be bullish above 1,000 and bearish below 980. That looks okay. NVIDIA tried to do something yesterday. It gave it all back. AMD, this is my worst performing position. AMD, that's still, I'm probably going to just take this off. This is just not working. I know they're going to bounce this as soon as I sell it, but you know what? I can always buy it back. Can always buy it back higher if it does start to move higher. So I'm going to take NVIDIA, I'm going to take AMD off. I don't have any covered calls on this one, so, or any premium selling. That's my worst position. This one, you know, got away as it got a downgrade, drop below the 50-day. Looked like it was going to change trend. AMD didn't happen. Marvell, let's see what these look like. Marvell. Okay, what really worked, LPLA, this one worked. That was one that Anton mentioned on Tuesday, on Monday, actually. Tuesday, I wrote an article about LPLA. Acquiring a lot of financial managers. I think it's something like 2,800 new financial managers from other companies. They acquired a company as well. As the trend for individual investors to seek professional advice picks up as millennials and Gen X, Gen Z, whatever, are getting in the workforce. Many of them are hiring. When they get married, they're hiring professionals. LPLA is right in that sweet spot. HZNP, you guys were talking about HZNP before. This one's working. So there's like a dozen stocks that we've been watching today or talking about over the last week that are working. Kraft Heinz, KHC, that one's working. Okay. Some of the stocks like Procter & Gamble. Actually, Coca-Cola looks the best out of this group. Coca-Cola following through, PepsiCo. All of those are working. PepsiCo, not so much. Coca-Cola looks good. I liked what I saw Like what I saw on Merck and Bristol Myers to end the week. Okay, these got bought, Bristol Myers. So if you still have these positions on, they look like they're just going to keep trending. What else? What's Freeport doing? Freeport, I saw metals and mining doing well. Our Freeport's back above the 21-day, so this could follow through next week. I was hoping this would be a bullish candle today. Didn't happen. Some of the other names. What about GDX? GDX, did you buy any GDX? GDX is following through. GLD, silver. All right, those look good. Silver. Some of you bought Pan American Silver, PAAS. That followed through a little bit this week. So those worked. Let's see, Rio Tinto. Vulcan Materials, BMC. Not so much, right? BMC still down in the dirt. Okay, we're still dropping off here. Still seeing weakness.
Looking again to the early market on close imbalance, it's still sitting at 98 million to the buy side.
Yeah, there's hardly anything going on. So I think, Cayman, you got it right. The professional traders that normally man the exchanges, New York Stock Exchange in particular, they're gone for the week, a long weekend. They're on Long Island. They're out on the beach, and they left the newbies to run the ship while they're out. Easter weekend. All right, what else? Let's see what else worked today. Okay. Nike, that was one that Susie mentioned as well. Nike looked pretty good today. Nike was working. Beautiful trade on Nike. Okay. We've got HII, Huntington Ingalls. Huntington Ingalls gapping up. We talked about that one on Monday. USB Bank, Marriott, that looked good. Marriott's looking good. That's another follow through. Hospitality and hotels looking good. Las Vegas Sands look good. There's a lot of things that look good though, you know. Despite the fact the markets are moving lower, it feels like there's rotation going on. All right, we looked at that rotation earlier. So that's what I'm anticipating. I'll still stick to my hedges. Kind of light right now. There's really no reason to panic at this point. I don't ever panic. Always have a plan coming into the week, and as it starts to unfold, you execute your plan. Okay, RRG, rotation. All right, so we're starting to bounce here, but I just find these as being short covering.
High yield funds see the biggest outflows since March 2021.
All right, so you can see that the rotation's been in the defensive sectors, XLV, XLE, XLB, XLU, XLP, communications, XLC. The others that are rotating out of favor, XLY. Look at XLE. It was in a weakening sector right here in the bottom left, and then zoom right back up to the highs here. XLF, XLI. That's being helped by some of the industrials like Caterpillar and John Deere moving higher. But technology definitely out of favor down here in the bottom left-hand corner. So it looks like, to me, rotation. So again, because these are rotating in favor, this particular ETF is very heavy in defensives. So it's higher. S&P 500, high dividend, low volatility ETF. So it works really good in both directions. When the markets pull back, it only pulls back a certain amount, about 50%. Or actually, it's about 40% of the market. When the market draws down, this draws down maybe 40% of what the market draws down. So you get a 15% drawdown. This was only down about 6% from this high to this low, that close. And now we're at the highs. So this is working out beautiful, along with all the other names I just got finished talking through. What else? So what is Lulu? Lulu, I was looking for that to follow through. Lulu. Okay, so Lulu, this is what I'm thinking might happen with Target. Target looks very similar. Target popped above. Target popped above the 200-day. Now, this is not balls to the wall, go long. It's probably going to do something similar to Lulu. If it doesn't, great. We'll add to it, look for it to rip. But Lulu looks good. Lulu looks, Lulu from here could see this high over here. That's 90 points away. All right. So from this breakout, we've been looking for 100 points from this level, the 200-day, all the way back up to the highs. So maybe that works. There's so many things that are working while there's a lot of things that are not working. XLV, I bought some XLV again on the dip today. All right, so it's not following through. It might come back a little bit more, in which case I'll probably add to it whenever it does bounce. All right, so we got about 15 minutes to go for the closing bell. This week is done. It's Thursday, the 14th of April. It's Easter weekend. You've got
Again now to the early market on close imbalance.
Good Friday tomorrow.
98 million to the buy side.
All right, VIX backing off a little bit. So S&P 500, this is not a good look for next week. This is not a good look for next week. All right, so
stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
yeah. Many of you are already thinking bearish still for the last 12 days. This is giving you no reason to think follow through yet. We can have all the opinions in the world, but the trend is down. RSI is dropping from above 50 to below 50. So at a minimum, we need to see a move above the 21-day and at least a couple of days of follow through. It's still possible, but this bias right now, this sentiment, this kind of look is not good for next week, especially with all those puts rolling off today. 30% of SPY, Qs, and S&P 500 are rolling off, so there's going to be no support down here underneath price. Although I think Mikey was saying that they were adding puts back, maybe for next week. I don't know. We'll find out after the close. Nice. Bum, bum, bum. All right, so most of the FANG stocks, as you would expect, are down into the right. Not doing much, showing weakness. Let's go take a look at that real quick. The equal weight and the growth versus value. This pointing lower is not good for growth, so that's another reason why I have QID hedges. This is about to take out the low on Tuesday already, and although value looks a little bit better, and it's above the 21-day, rotation, pretty obvious it's rotation for now. But if this breaks down more next week, we could see another leg down. Okay, so hedges, that was the plan. Take exposure off, take the risk off. Gathering some cash for the eventual dip if that's what happens next week. All right, so the one good thing, if there is one, we're sitting on top of the 200-day right there on the S&P equal weight index. These two have turned up, so if we get a follow through next week, we could see a bounce. I'm not banking on it. The plan is to expect weakness Plan for the worst, plan for the worst, hope for the best. All right, so a few things are bouncing. Dollar Tree bounced a little bit. Dollar Tree. All right, so you guys don't see what I'm doing. Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree, nice look to it. Target, I'd like to see this follow through. Target. I'll wait until next week to add to this one. Target. Costco. Nice bounce on Costco. Doji Day. All right, so I'd be bullish above 585 and bearish below that 580 level, I guess. Back down to the 21 day. Right there is where I'd be looking for buyers to show up. That's Costco, Dollar Tree, Walmart. Back a good bit of its gains today. It looked a lot better. So it looks like what happened is that you had some momentum traders took profits at the highs. TJ Maxx was looking for a follow through on TJ. Rejected. Kroger was mentioned by RJ earlier. Kroger looking for a bounce there. Tesla, or it looks like they're going to take some profits as well. All right, folks, it's been a pretty decent week. Only 4 days, but 3 of those days were down. We had a good bounce yesterday. There goes VIX. VIX is spiking here. VIX is spiking. Into the close, VIX is spiking. All right, AT&T, that was one that Joel was mentioning earlier, a couple of weeks ago. AT&T looks good. All right, so yeah, I like that too. I like that too, AT&T. All right, AT&T. A little bit selling here on AT&T towards the end of the day. AT&T, a little bit selling. Probably good if you can get it near 1950, 1940. Looks good though. AT&T looks good. Joel mentioned that one, the spinoff or the separation from Warner. They can focus on telecom now. Okay, that looks good. Weekly. All right, so the gap up, most likely that's institutions buying, right? That makes sense. AT&T. All right, we got a couple of minutes to go. All right, AT&T. Backing off here towards the close. AT&T. Dollar Tree trying to bounce some more. All right, folks, we got 6 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, the 14th of April. Tomorrow is Good Friday. We're off. I hope everyone has a good weekend. A lot of people were on the road when I was going to pick up my daughter during lunchtime, so not surprising. People are taking off. All right, SPY's trying to bounce. Here goes AT&T. I bought some AT&T just now. Just bought T. AT&T, we just bounced. I got a fill at 1954. All right. So AT&T, I'd like to get an average right around 19 or so. If I can get that level, AT&T, I'd like to see if I can get an average around 19. Right now, this looks good. So I'm probably a couple days behind you, Anton. I think, Anton, you're already in this, right? Because this spun off, or they got rid of the partnership with Warner Cable. Never understood why they did that, but at the time, I guess they were making money. So we got a nice pop. That was on Monday. Tuesday, we reversed. So anywhere between 1860 and 1960, good to enter positions. All right, anywhere between the 200-day and 1950, anywhere in there, I'll be buying. I'll be buying. And yeah, looks good. AT&T looks good. Communications were up today. I did notice that. XLC. As far as rotation, Twitter starting to bounce again. Twitter, end of day. Make sure you check all of your options. Anything that's in the money, you don't plan on being assigned. Make sure that you're checking. There goes HUSA. HUSA, pop. Here goes HUSA. Nice pop here on HUSA, end of day. Don't get sidetracked. Don't forget, you got to get rid of positions that are expiring today. 414. 414, if you got anything that's expiring today and you don't plan on getting a sign, make sure you take those positions off before the close. We've got less than a minute to go. I'm just going through my positions. I had some RUSL, some Russia ETF, a 6 call that expired today. That was a dog. I thought maybe, yeah, maybe something would happen. They wouldn't halt everything. That was a loss of about 50 cents on those calls. No big deal. That 148% on LXU definitely helped out. Definitely helped out over the last several weeks. LXU. This one broken out from 1175 up to the highs, 148%. VIX SPY still dropping off. Wow, look at SPY. Look at you. There's your closing bell. Alrighty. Well, Ken, Robert, Ali, Frano, Cayman, Frank, Anna. Thanks, everyone. Todd. Thanks, Russell. Thanks, Russell, for keeping us level-headed, if you will. Always, Russell, a lot of times taking the opposite side of the trade. Todd, thanks for everything. Cousin Vinny, thanks, buddy. I don't understand your trades sometimes, but appreciate your help. Appreciate the work. Anton, thank you, buddy. Cat Trader, take care. Steven, take care. Anton, I think I said thanks. Take care. Pretty decent day. Raul, take care. Dollar, take care. Lion, Trader. Paulo, take care. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe. Prism, Susie, thanks for everything. John McMorris, thanks as usual. My Louisiana compadre from the Bayou Born. Aren't you by Bayou Born? That area? Lake Born. Mikey, take care. Brother Bill, thanks for everything. Money Magic, appreciate your inputs and commentary. Cayman, thanks, man. All right, so hope everyone has a good weekend. Mondo, thank you for everything. Mondo, next time you trade, what was it, ATER, make it go up to like 15, 20 so we can take some profits up there. All right, so thanks for everything, everyone. Have a great weekend. I'll be home-based. I'm waiting for my wife to call me. I think she might be on her way back home already. So, because I haven't been able to get in touch with her for 2 days. Ali, take care, bud. All right, everybody's... All right, have a great weekend. Looks like that's it. Anyone that was in the evening session over the last hour or so, we're in the room. Frano, take care. Sean was in the room for a little while today. I noticed that earlier. Sean, take care. My Boston Yankee buddy. All right, still moving lower. All right, so I did buy some AT&T in the last few minutes. I did buy some AT&T. Liked what I saw. I kept thinking about it since it's spinning off the Warner Cable. No longer has an anchor around its leg, so it can just specialize in telecom, what it's really been good at over the years. Okay, everyone, take care. We'll see you on the weekend video. Of course, coming out on Sunday. Take care. Have a great evening. Ciao.